extremely late. So as we get started this evening, and I'm sorry there's feedback, how's that? Okay, I think it's better. As we get started, I'm going to make a quick comment, and that is, tomorrow is September 8th, and we're saying it's officially our birthday for the city of Nampa from 1886, so that's kind of exciting. So you'll see an ad in the paper, and it's also, we want to comment that the State of the City is coming up on September 30th, and we are going to be celebrating our community at 135 years. So I'm excited to do so. And then as a reminder that September 11th, this coming Saturday, September 11th, is the 20-year anniversary of what we call 9/11. And the library has a special exhibition taking place, and the Nampa Fire and Police Department also do their ceremony at 8 a.m. at Fire Station 1, as they typically do. So I think it's very important that we never forget and we honor those who have given their lives in all regards for our country. So with that said, let's move into Pastor Dan. And Jack is here from Good News Community Church to open us in prayer. And Pastor Dan, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. So join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you, Lord, and we honor you. Like the plaque behind the meeting tonight, in God we trust. The Bible says several times, blessed are the people who trust in the Lord as God. And so we just pray for our city, Lord Jesus. We pray for the men and women here that serve our city faithfully. We pray for our mayor and her family. We pray for our city council people, Lord, that you would bless them and their families. And thank you for their willingness to serve our city. They don't always agree on every issue, but one thing I know about each of them, that they love our city. And so we bless them for that. We pray even upon the meeting today and all the agenda items. We pray that you would give them your wisdom, your discernment, that they would make the best decisions for our city going forward. We lift up, Lord Jesus, our first responders. We lift up the police, Lord Jesus. We lift up every city employee, Lord. We lift up every staff member of the mayor's office, Lord Jesus. We bless them, Lord. We pray, Lord, that Nampa would truly be a community of unity, Lord. We pray against any violence in our city. We pray your blessing upon our city. We pray, Lord, that you would bless our children, bless families, Lord Jesus. Let Nampa be a city that is different than any other place because we trust in you, Lord. So we thank you for all that you do. We thank you for the privilege of living in such a wonderful place. We pray for our nation in this time, and we pray, Lord, for our leaders in Washington, D.C., and as we commemorate the 20 years from September 11th, that we never forget what happened that day, Lord. Let it not lead us to hatred or violence, but it would lead us to a place of realizing that we need each other and we need you. We thank you for all that you do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you.
Pastor Dan, thank you so much, not only for praying tonight, but for your continual prayer over our community.
Thank you.
It's a
Yes, thank you
blessing.
for your leadership and
Thank you.
everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move into roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Berner?
Here.
Machi?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
And Bauer.
So I'm not aware of any amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve our consent agenda as provided.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Berner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Machi?
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
Okay, we do have a proclamation this evening, and I'll get it here real quickly. So the proclamation is in honor of our everyday heroes. And I believe that we have Jackie, Briggs here, that will come forward. You can come forward and I'll read the proclamation, then I think you have a couple of words to say. So I'll read our proclamation, which is, whereas we recognize our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, our EMS, dispatchers, corrections, coroners, chaplains, retired first responders, healthcare workers, clinicians, our military, our veterans, and their families as everyday heroes. And whereas these heroes put themselves in harm's way, protecting and serving our communities without hesitation, and whereas they are called to help, serve, protect, and save lives, and whereas their selfless work can take a great toll on their physical and mental health, and whereas over the past 5 years, we have seen a devastating upturn in the number of suicides among these professions, whereas Idaho is currently tied for 50th in the United States for having the least amount of mental health and wellness resources, and whereas we recognize it is paramount for us as a community to surround our first responders, members of the military, our veterans and their families with love, respect, and the best resources available for them to maintain mental health, wellness, and build resiliency. And whereas it has been shown that improving access to good mental health and wellness resources substantially affects their families' well-being as well as the communities in which they serve. Whereas we honor and we pay tribute to those who have been lost in the line of duty or died by suicide, as well as those who continue to keep the spirit of true heroism alive each day by serving as our everyday heroes. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do proclaim September 11th, 2021 as Elevate Our Everyday Heroes Day. Jackie, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Debbie, so much for your leadership and the council as well. I know that you guys are aware that last year you guys did the proclamation for 9/11 last year, and you guys, it's an honor to get to be here today to receive the proclamation and to have it read and stuff. And Debbie's not able to be there on Saturday. Last year she was able to be there and read the proclamation, and it's so appreciated that we were able to get six cities all together to be able to join Debbie's lead and you guys' lead to have 9/11 be Elevate Our Everyday Heroes Day in their cities as well. So Nampa, Caldwell, Eagle, Star, Kuna, and Garden City have all joined you guys and following your lead. And I'm really honored that it's happening in Nampa, that we get to do the event. We're having a live tribute as a part of the event this year, as well as free services all day at Elevate Mind Body Studios for first responders, veterans, their spouses or significant others, everything from massage chairs, float pods, Himalayan salt room, pain light, red light. It is amazing. And on 9/11, we shut the whole facility down and we do all the services for free. We have resource partners. We have music, live tribute. We have all kinds of people coming in, speakers from North Idaho and from Eastern Idaho that we're honored to get to be a part of it, and some ceremonial stuff. And so I'm really thankful that that what you guys are doing and the support, because it really has caught on. There's not a lot of cities or states in the nation who can really say that they really support first responders, unfortunately, but thankfully you guys lead the way in that, and not only with that, but in caring for their mental health and wellness, not making sure that they just survive, but that we give them the tools and resiliency to build so that they can thrive in their lives and continue serving as public servants. So thank you guys so much, and I have a gift for Mayor Debbie Kling, Elevate Our Everyday Heroes t-shirt that I want to give her.
There you go. Thank you so much for honoring. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie.
So, thank you very much. You guys are making a huge difference with what you guys are doing. It may have not seemed like that big of a deal, but you guys are leading the way, and I'm tired of Idaho being 50th. Our family has literally lived Idaho being 50th. We have 2 daughters that are suicide attempt survivors, and we had to fly her clear back east to get her the help that she needed. That's what is a part of our passion and the first responders that we've lost here to suicide. And so thank you guys. We are flipping those statistics around, and we're going to start leading the way, and you guys are starting it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So the next item on the agenda are our Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda item. And actually, Clint Childs, unfortunately, he was here to speak, and he just got called into the meeting, and I told him he'd be on before 6, and we ran so late that unfortunately, I'm going to read. I think, I don't see Clint. He's had to run into his meeting, and I'm extremely remiss because this is really important what he was here to share, but I'm going to read his notes. Nampa Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words with you. I don't want to talk about or support requirements or mandates. I do want to talk about doing the right things for the right reasons, and that includes the topics of personal freedom and being an example. I hope you all realize that healthcare is in crisis. The announcement this morning about crisis standards of care in Districts 1 and 2 is sobering. It's a sobering example of this, and will put more strain on the resources in the Treasure Valley that are already overstrained in support of the northern part of the state. Many of the front lines want support in the form of community behavior that helps stop this crisis. And we're burning out over fighting those we are fighting for. Often what we see from elected officials is pushback on efforts to improve the situation. This is done on the stance of personal freedom and individual choice, which are very important parts of our society. But the pushback is negative and stifles efforts to get us out of this crisis, and most often not followed with positive alternatives. We should all be represented by those elected to represent us. But we are seeing that the passionate and vocal opinions are driving political responses. I want to say that there are many individuals like myself that are passionate about our rights, our safety, and our beliefs. We should also have a voice, even though we are not as loud. My ask is that you see me, hear me, and hear me as much as you are hearing and seeing and responding to those who are more vocal and who often are critical of me for wearing a mask, condemn me for supporting vaccinations, and threaten me for taking steps to improve our health crisis situation. I do not want you to take political action, but I do want you to take personal action as elected officials who set examples by your actions. Please be an example of doing the right thing for the right reason. Support personal choice and personal freedoms, but more importantly, insist on the exercising of these personal freedoms in ways that do not put the health and safety of others at risk. Be examples of, or at least support, using the tools to put this pandemic behind us. Wear a mask when appropriate. Social distance as you can. Get vaccinated if you can, and thank others for doing so for the safety of those around them. Don't make things like this health crisis political and divisive. Instead, help our collective response bring us together. Finally, represent all of us. I have been a longtime Republican and supported many of you, but I currently don't feel represented. I realize how thankless and stressful your seats can be, as I experience the same emotions daily trying to do my job, which is why I am unable to attend and speak in person. Dr. Clint Child. So Clint is on a call right now. So tonight, we have a section on the agenda that is 3 minutes with the opportunity for any citizen to speak. He had intended to speak, he cannot, because he's been called into the crisis of care meeting across the state to talk, well, I think this may be Treasure Valley in response to the state because of where we are with this crisis. So anyway, that's why he's not here. Because this is the 3 minutes, this is not an opportunity for response at all. I just read his letter on his behalf. So with that, do we have anyone else that has signed up to speak this evening?
J.C. Johnson.
Hi, good evening.
Hi. I was going to be here with Dr. Child, so I'm part of that little group. Today my son's school added 6 new confirmed cases, COVID cases, to their count of 11 from last week. The district added 41 new cases to their 113. Our school sent a letter today saying they had 20% of their students absent today. The school board will meet tomorrow to decide how to proceed. As stated earlier, the hospitals in North Idaho went to crisis standards. Many wanted to be here tonight. They wanted to come, but they're not comfortable being indoors with unvaccinated or unmasked people. Yet another had planned to come and speak tonight, but because she is visiting her mom, who's in the hospital with COVID, she wasn't able to. Our community is suffering right now. Our elected officials in the city council, school board, and health department, who were trusted to make tough decisions to guide and protect us, have not stepped up to their jobs. Instead, they've given in to the loudest voices and resorted to spreading miscommunication and making comparisons to truly horrific historical events. I'm here tonight to ask you to step up and do your job. I'm not asking you for a mask mandate or to mandate vaccines. I'm here to ask you to lead us by example and through your actions. Lead us and show us that in Nampa, we care about each other. We care about each other's businesses, about each other's kids, about parents, grandparents, teachers, doctors, nurses, first responders, and the veterans who fought for democracy for all voices to be heard at all levels of government. I'm asking you to honor those people with personal action, both privately and publicly. We all do things that aren't super comfortable because it's worth it. We wear seatbelts and shoes, we wear masks on airplanes if it means we get to go on vacation. It's worth it in the long run, even if it's kind of uncomfortable for the time being. Masks are no different. Isn't the destination worth a little discomfort? Isn't it worth it to keep our schools and hospitals running smoothly? If you could prevent a friend or neighbor or family member from getting sick, hospitalized, or dying, wouldn't it be worth it? I'm asking you to use your powers of choice, freedom, individual rights, free will, to choose to care for others, choose to protect each other and our community by choosing to wear a mask in public places, especially indoors. Choose to support our healthcare workers and our schools by choosing to do everything you can to prevent them from having to go to crisis care or online school. Use the power the voters have given you to influence those around you to help. Vaccines aren't 100% effective, neither are masks or social distancing, but they all help when used together. Won't you feel better knowing you've done all you can to help, that you've acted on the words of support and caring that you speak? Isn't it worth it in the end? Nampa has long been known as a town where people cared about each other and set aside their differences to come together and help their neighbors. It's what makes us who we are. There are many who are looking for strong, positive leadership in these times, many who want to unify for the good of the community. I'm asking you to help, to listen to all the voices, and trust the medical professionals that care about us. I'm asking you to lead us, to lead by example and action. It'll be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate giving our citizens the opportunity to share their thoughts, and that's exactly what this time is for. So is there anyone else signed up to speak this evening?
I have no one else signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone that had intended to sign up during the 3-minute time frame? David? Hi. Go ahead and
Mayor,
give us your
council.
name, and even though we all know you, your
David
name and
Ferdinand,
address.
2419 West Heron Loop, Nampa. Mine was on an action that's going to happen tonight on the increase in sewer fees. And I would be remiss, since I was, I think, the only one last time that said that we need to really take a hard look at that. And I was here for the last time that the increase in sewer fees and water and all of those types of things that had to do with after we passed the bond, after we knew that some of the prices were going to go up, some of the costs were going to go up. We certainly want to take care of our system, but I think we need to really take a hard look at the timing. I think you've heard there's a lot of things going on. We're not sure just exactly how this is going to end up. And increasing those fees another 17% during this time is, in my opinion, we need to take a look at that and delay that for some time. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Okay, at this time, we'd be moving on to agency and commission reports. We do not have any reports this evening, and we do not have staff communications this evening. So we are going to, I'm sorry, was there someone else that had intended? Well, good evening. Martin, I did not, thank you, Jean. I did not see you wave down there, Mr. Thorne. Martin Thorne, I should say. It's so good to see you.
Well, it's good to be seen and not viewed. My name is Martin Thorne, 8168 Limberloop Drive, Nampa. I wish to address just briefly traffic in Nampa, primarily the corner of Lake Lowell Avenue and Midland Boulevard. If we go back about 15 years, there's some history on that corner. It was completely engineered for a roundabout. And I understand that the money was in the bank to pay for it. But there were people within the community that did not understand roundabouts because it was the beginning of them, including some council members that voted no. So consequently, that corner was never finished. And I wish to state that I think that's probably the worst corner we have in the state of, or in Nampa right now. And I think something needs to be done. I think it's too late for a roundabout because there's a property that withheld, thought that they should get more money. And also, it's my understanding that there was to be a medical center on the northeast corner, which has now become storage facilities. But so I think we're now looking at a light and it needs to be done. I don't know this, but perhaps I think because the money was spent and the engineering was done to make that a roundabout, I think maybe there's been a withholding from city government to not pursue a traffic light and let the people suffer. What is really bad about it, especially if you're going north on Midland at any time during traffic or going west on Lake Lowell, the four-way stop can back you up for a half a mile, especially going north on Midland. It's a real problem. And I think one of the problems with four-way stops is that there's not two lanes going through. And if there was another lane going north on Midland, that would eliminate a lot of the problem. That's one cure if we're not looking at a traffic light. But I think it's time that this become reconsidered for something on that corner, because it is really, really, can I say bad? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just so you know, we're not intentionally making it slow, and there is a signal planned, and we actually have a vote on something tonight. So good timing. Good timing. Thank you. So unless I've missed someone else, we will move on. And as I said, no agency or commission reports this evening and no staff communication. So we're ready for new business item 5.1. And this is an exciting one. And so Darren, thank you. This is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for the Parks and Rec Department to change the name of the Nampa Rec Center. Yeah. And
Good
I'm going to
evening, Mayor and
stop right
Council.
there.
Yeah.
Let you guys announce
thank
it.
you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is an exciting time, I think, for the city of Nampa in our effort to honor a future employee that did so much for our city. Just a few months ago, Dennis Davis, who was also a former employee, contacted me, and he had some interest in honoring Ken Harward with the effort of perhaps changing the Nampa Recreation Center to the Harward Nampa Recreation Center. And so thank you for driving the effort, Dennis. It's much appreciated. As the Parks and Recreation Director, I was able to work with Ken just for a few short years, and his abilities were just unique. I wouldn't even really know how to explain it in full detail, his leadership. But Mr. Harwood, I considered him a mentor at the time. And so with that, we have a citizens group that's been meeting, and Terry White is going to come up and represent the group and comment about renaming the recreation center. And then after that, if it's approved, we were hoping you, Mayor, would read the resolution.
Thank you. My name's Terry White. I live at 5000 Sunny Ridge Road, Nampa. And Mayor and Council, it's truly an honor and a privilege to appear before you all here tonight. And I'm speaking on behalf of several of Ken Harward's former colleagues, friends, and professional acquaintances. We're requesting the city approve a resolution naming the Recreation Center after Ken Harward. Just by way of background, for those that don't know me, I was honored to represent the city of Nampa for 40 years. And during that time, Ken Harward was the city finance director, although Ken was not much for titles, and in fact, he wore many, many hats for the city. I think we all know that knew him. Ken was finance director for 24 years, and thereafter executive director of the Association of Idaho Cities, where he worked actively really with all the cities in the state and the Idaho legislature, and I think recognized by all for his expertise. I worked with Ken for all of those 24 years, with Norm Holm actually coming on board a few years after Ken. Ken Harwood simply is one of the most outstanding individuals I've had the honor of working with in my legal career. Here tonight are several supporters of naming the Recreation Center for him, and I thought maybe if they would just stand briefly so they could be recognized. Thank you.
Wow.
I hope all of you have had a chance to read the letters in support of the Harward Recreation Center in your packet. They're amazing. Ken was a major reason Nampa is what it is today. They showed that local government, that which is closest to the people, can and should do in a nonpartisan setting. And it's appropriate to recognize one who has facilitated such tremendous and long-lasting improvements for the city. It started with Ken changing our irrigation system from city drinking water, billed by usage, to our current system. And that model is now common throughout the state in all residential developments. Ken obtained a 95% federal grant to construct the wastewater treatment plant, which serves us to this day. Unheard of, really. Our wastewater rates were by far the lowest for years, with capacity for new development of all kinds. And as I said, that's still the system that serves us to this very day. The City Hall. The city was court-ordered out of its old city hall due to inaccessibility. Ken used revenue-sharing funds to construct this one that we're in today. Ken also got the school district to deed this land to the city with a city agreement that they would put a civic center auditorium at this site for public purposes. All of that, as you can see, has come to pass. Financial records. Ken was the leader in open accountability and financial records for the public. Nampa probably has as many awards for accurate financial accounting as any city in the country. The Nampa Recreation Center. I can say with absolute certainty this project would not have happened without Ken Harward. From land acquisition involving a trade with NNU for Kurtz Park, to one of the first uses of judicial confirmation to build a recreation center without property tax dollars, but rather user fees. Think about our university, NNU, for just a moment. Ken facilitated the vacation of Holly or 16th Avenue, which ran straight through the campus, and then the reroute around the campus. He then had NNU acquire Constitution Park to trade for Kurtz Park, which incidentally had a deed restriction that said if not used as a park, it would revert to the heirs of Bill Kurtz. This was a major hurdle, which Ken cleared. It's amazing how he did it, a story in and of itself. He had a relationship with John Brandt for the Civic Center Auditorium, as well as the Brandt Center on the NNU campus. NNU awarded Ken its Centennial Medallion in appreciation and recognition. The list goes on, and each is incredibly important and complex in its own right. We have the Snake River Stampede today because of Ken Harwood and the judicial use of an urban renewal district to get basically sewer and water to what is now the Idaho Center District. And look at that area now. The old Stampede grounds is another benefit to the citizens with its ball fields, Boys and Girls Club, Hispanic Center, playground, grade school, and so forth. In everything Ken undertook for the city, he always had the full support of the mayor and the entire city council. In turn, the city had the support of a vast majority of its citizens for these projects. This is local government at its best. So just to recap briefly, Ken Harwood is the person who made the following things happen for Nampa: pressurized irrigation water at a fraction of the cost, wastewater treatment plant built with a 95% grant, City Hall we're currently in, Civic Center next door, obtaining land from the school district for these, financial records, truly an achievement, golf courses, Idaho Center, public safety building, park facilities, pathway system, ball fields for kids, and all done with fiscal conservatism. So we're requesting the City Council approve a resolution renaming the Recreation Center after Ken Harwood. Thank you very much for your
Mayor?
time.
Thank you.
And I
Yes.
have my comments if you'd like them.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I make a motion to authorize the resolution renaming the Nampa Recreation Center to the Harwood Recreation Center in honor of Ken Harwood.
Okay, before we actually vote, I'm going to read the resolution.
Oh,
Thank you
perfect.
so much.
Got in a hurry?
So that's okay. That's
It's a
good.
legacy it deserves.
You know, I want to say thank you before I read it to this team that has worked diligently on this. I fully support your efforts, and while I didn't have the privilege of working with Ken Harwood, I'm very familiar with him and his work within the city and the state through the Association of Idaho Cities. So I thank you so much for your willingness. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, all of you, for your work in bringing this forward. I appreciate it. So we'll read the resolution. A resolution of the City of Nampa, Idaho, and Idaho Municipal Corporation naming the Nampa Recreation Center the Ken Harwood Recreation Center. Whereas recognizing efforts initiated through a voluntary citizens group, Mayor Debbie Kling and the Nampa Parks and Recreation Department recommend the Nampa Recreation Center, located at 131 Constitution Way, Nampa, Idaho, be renamed the Harwood Recreation Center in honor of Ken Harwood. Whereas after approval from Nampa City Council, the signage associated with the city's recreation center would be described as the Harwood Recreation Center. Whereas in the early 70s, Ken Harwood was appointed Nampa Finance Director by then Mayor Ernie Starr. As Finance Director, Mr. Harwood served the people of Nampa while working alongside Mayor Ernie Starr and Mayor Winston Gearing for approximately 24 years. Whereas Ken Harwood exemplified visionary leadership and had a unique ability to bring people together and accomplish common goals. Mr. Harwood mentored, inspired, encouraged, and supported those who have been blessed to work with him and know him. Whereas Ken Harwood's visionary abilities have benefited the Nampa community through his collaborative work and planning of the Nampa Recreation Center and Senior Center, the Centennial and Ridgecrest golf courses, City Hall, the Civic Center, and the Idaho Center. In addition, Mr. Harwood was instrumental in improving the city's infrastructure in ways that included, but are not limited to, the institution of pressurized irrigation and the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant to modern standards. Whereas Ken Harwood was passionate that Nampa's population would gain better health and see reduced crime by being proactive and providing opportunities for families and children to exercise and participate in health, recreation, and entertainment activities. Whereas Ken Harwood should be recognized by the City of Nampa for his leadership, and accomplishments which have created an enhanced quality of life for all Nampa citizens for nearly 40 years. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved that the city's Nampa Recreation Center will be renamed the Harwood Recreation Center. We hope the community will remember Ken Harwood's accomplishments that continue to lead to a greater quality of life in the city of Nampa. Thank you, whoever wrote that. That is excellent. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Mucci.
Yes.
There we go. It's pretty exciting, and thank you. And I don't know if Ken is getting to watch tonight, but I just want to say congratulations if he watches later. And then I think that we are going to have an opportunity, would that be correct, to actually have a ceremony? Is that, can we speak to that, Darren?
Yes, Mayor, on September 18th, during the Harvest Classic Fun Run, during the award ceremony, probably about 10:45 is when we'll honor Ken Harwood at that time and give him a plaque. And then at the Senior Center, there'll be a reception held at the Senior Center shortly after.
Hopefully either Ken or a family member on his behalf will be able to attend, and
We're
we'll be
hoping
careful.
so.
Yes. Thank you to this entire team. We appreciate it, and we'll see you there. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Mayor,
Yes.
it's nice to see you, Norm. It's nice to see you.
Yes, it is.
And Linda.
And Linda,
All of
yeah,
you.
all of you. Yes.
It's like, I'm out.
Your mentor there. So good to see you, Martin. This was a powerful group of leaders. For those of you that are newer, these are like the core that have been keeping this city going for a very long time, and they're greatly appreciated. So thank you to all of them. We're ready for item 5.2 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance adding an additional commissioner position to the Nampa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council adjusting the total number of commissioners to serve on the Board of Commissioners of the Nampa Development Corporation, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So with that, I don't know if you guys would like to hear from Rick Hogaboam regarding this, or do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, then we'd stand for a motion to end under suspension of rules.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to approve this motion as read under suspension of rules.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
The next action item is to consider the mayor's appointment of Jeff Cornelius and Adam Hutchings to the appointment on the Nampa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners. And Rick, would you like to just briefly come forward and talk about the process and the recommendation?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We posted this position. There was an expiring term. Grant Miller, who was not interested in serving another term, notified us that he was not interested in serving. So that was posted. We had 5 applicants, 5 excellent applicants for this position. It currently sits at 6. The resolution that you just passed added it, made it NDC a 7th member because the recommendation of the committee, and the committee was made up of Council President Haverfield was on that. As far as staff liaison, Robin from Economic Development was on that. Claudia Dina was on that, and my mind's drawing a blank on who else was on that. Jean, Councilwoman Munchie was on there as well. So the unanimous recommendation of that committee was that there was two candidates who stood out, Jeff Cornelius and Adam Hutchings. Adam is unable to be here tonight. He sends his regrets. He's returning home from Seattle on a family vacation. Mr. Cornelius is in the audience, and I think you'll have a chance to say hi to you once appointed if it meets your approval. So the recommendation was that both of them would serve, that it's 5-year terms, and the quorum would still be 4. Right now with 6 members, the quorum's 4. Adding a 7th member, the quorum's still 4. It actually provides a little more flexibility for the NDC to be able to meet their quorum requirements. So that was it, Mayor. I stand for any questions.
Are there any questions?
Nope. All right.
Mayor? Yes.
I have some questions.
Yes.
Hopefully you can clear up for me. Is there any conflict if you're on the Impact Fee Committee and you're on the NDC? Do you see that as a possible conflict?
There's no legal conflict. I mean, I can't speak to if someone perceives a conflict, but that there's no legal conflict to serving. NDC impact fees, of course, dealing with the capital improvement plan and an advisory group. And of course, NDC is a separate jurisdictional body that does make decisions on behalf of funds related to that. So they are separated.
Okay, and looking down the road a few months, if Mr. Cornelius is successful in his bid for a council seat, what does that do with him serving on the Impact Fee Committee and serving NDC? Because NDC limits it to 2 council members.
Correct.
And I believe it was the NDC, it was stated that they would serve out their term. So if he's appointed for a 5-year term, what does that do?
Okay, the magic mute button. All right. Very good question, Councilwoman Levi. That was something that was discussed internally. I think the recommendation was made irrespective of him running for city council, but as you've noted, Mr. Cornelius, as it's public, is running for city council. If he's elected, it's my understanding he would have to resign from those 2 positions that you've noted. I think he understands that. We've had communication with Mr. Cornelius that he would have to resign. That would create a vacancy in those 2 positions, and we would consult with Mayor about whether to maybe try to backfill by recently interviewed candidates or to repost the position. Again, we're not bound by any practice. We've just kind of advertised as best practices. What we'd like to do is post it for 30 days, but since it would be fairly recent to where other 3 applicants, we'll discuss how to proceed with that. So I think we decided to take one step at a time, but you're right, Councilwoman Levi, that if he were elected in November, I believe he would be seated in January. He would have to resign concurrent to him being seated on council. And I would defer to legal if that sounds correct. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So how would we like to proceed? I don't want to guide the council on this. Councilman Haverfield?
I'll make the motion to allow the appointment of Jeff Cornelius and Adam Hutchings to the Napa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Munchy?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
I just want to say, Jeff, thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate your service to the community and desire to serve on both of these boards and then to serve even further. So thank you very much. For sake of time, we're going to go ahead and go to 5.3 on the agenda because I see some people here and I want to make sure we don't make them sit here and wait through the entire public hearing process. So we're going to move forward with 5.3. This is an action item. This is a decision on a request for reconsideration of development agreement modification to modify the concept plan ordinance number 3528 Exhibit B from 3 commercial buildings and associated parking to a concept plan for single-family townhome residential for Sterling Commons subdivision in a neighborhood business zoning district for 42 buildable townhome lots and 8 common lots on 4.82 acres for 8.71 gross density located at 0 and 905 South Middleton Road. With that, the request for reconsideration, I'd like to defer to legal, and I didn't tell you that in advance. If you have any comments before any comments before we move forward with this action item?
Madam Mayor, not really any additional comments. The process is for a reconsideration request that it's simply based on the request that we received. We don't take any additional testimony or evidence. If the request is granted, then it's a new hearing on that application. I understand Councilmember Machi may want to make a disclosure. I discussed with her that she has had some communications with some folks on this, and she wanted just to disclose that for the record.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman?
Thanks, Mary. I saw my lovely neighbor Cheryl in the neighborhood yesterday, so we had a quick chat, and then I've also received an email from a real estate agent. But that was no decision made, just their opinion.
Thank you. Is that all that needs to be stated there?
Mayor Kling. I'll also disclose that before I knew what it was, I got an messenger. I'm new to this stuff. And by the time I read through it, I realized that it was about this project, and they were voicing approval of the project and denial of the consideration request.
So Mayor, question in legal, this is not a public hearing, so, I mean, I also received emails. So, I mean, is this no action to discuss? If it's just an action item, not a public hearing, I guess I need some legal clarification.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, that's correct. This isn't a public hearing. The reason for the disclosure is simply the fact that we typically don't take testimony and evidence based on our code. So I think it's appropriate for those folks that want to disclose that they did get some communications on this one.
So I also received communications.
And Mayor Kling, as well as I did. And I have spoken to Cheryl Higley about this as well.
Okay.
Me as well.
Everybody has in there.
Mayor,
Yes.
when did you receive it? Because I haven't checked my stuff today, so I could have received something and I'm not aware of it.
My last one was about 3:05 this afternoon.
I did not see anything, so if I received it,
Thank you for that clarity. If you did get it, you haven't read it, is what you're saying. Thank you.
Mayor Kling, I'm going to make a motion to approve the request for reconsideration.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request for reconsideration. Is there discussion?
Mayor, I'll just say this is a tough one, and, because the process, I thought was a little bit, after the changes and so on, I think the clarification by one of our council people earlier that this happens a lot. This was a little more extreme than what's normal. But I do not see this process as far as probably changing to a lot degree. I want to make sure that we're totally transparent, and in talking about this earlier, I think there was transparency, even though the original project was not represented in the end. There were, alternatives made, and to try to appease all parties involved. I realize that probably doesn't always happen, and probably didn't happen in this case. But I probably will be denying this, and it's a tough decision, but that's the way I'm sensing it at this point in time.
Mayor Kling? I won't be supporting the motion, obviously. Based upon our conversations, I just don't think there was a demonstration of any further grounds for the reconsideration, no evidence. So I just don't think, I thought the effort was proper in the way that it was handled, and I think the reduction of density, the retention of residential character, the separation of landscaping around the property, I think it was a great medium ground to go to, the reduction of almost, I can't remember, 12 to 14 homes. I thought that it was good. So I think it's still a viable project as it's presented, so I'm going to support keeping it moving forward unless the council votes for reconsideration.
Mayor Kling? Unfortunately, I don't agree. And I think what's going to happen, it may happen there now, is that this area is going to be a site of a apartment complex 3 stories high. As I said before, and from the get-go of this whole thing, is that the process to me is concerning. When we have our community so active and so involved in this decision, like we've asked them to be involved in this decision, and we've asked for their input, and then we ignore them To me, that's an issue. And I think we've tried to do the best we can on this, like Councilman Haverfield has, and we've supported that. But I think it was just a process that needs us to take a good, hard look at it. I believe that at this point, that if we were to reconsider this, I think all the community wants is a little bit of voice and change of what could and could not go into that area. I'm not saying this developer is not going to work. I'm just saying give them the opportunity to come forward. And that's what we've been talking about ever since this council became a council 4 years ago. Well, this councilman became 4 years ago. That was our direction.
Thank
So
you.
that's-
Just for
So
clarification,
yes.
did you say 3-story?
Yes, isn't that right?
No, they're 2-story.
Okay, but however, it could go back to 3-story.
Well, if it stays as a BC zone, yes, it could be a 3-story building.
That's why I'd like to
Which,
see this
again,
go
is
back.
what they didn't want, but that's what could happen. So I just wanted clarification.
It's exactly, that's what I'm saying. So we need to just take a step back, refresh, and at that point, then we can make a good decision on this. And then whichever direction it goes, Randy, whatever
So,
direction it goes, it
for
would be okay.
For clarity purposes, and I want to be really careful what I say. For clarity purposes, what I heard Councilman Haverfield say is that as it is currently zoned, it does not need to come before city council to be a 3-story commercial building. So that could happen totally without any approval here. And so that's just the clarity of what he said. I think basically when we do a request for reconsideration, it is a yes, do we want to go ahead and consider it, or no, do we not? The one thing I can say for our council is transparency is of the utmost priority, and I believe we've had a very appropriate process. That said, I don't want to not allow opportunity for discussion, but I do want to, is there any guidance legal would give us other than, yeah?
Madam Mayor, it's really up to the council whether they feel there's sufficient grounds to rehear it, and then if they desire to rehear it or not.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
I wanted to just publicly state as to why I seconded the motion, is I want to give the applicant the opportunity for reconsideration if that's what she wants. But I am encouraging her to go to the building department and understand the fee that she's going to have to pay, the time that's going to be involved, how it is zoned, what the allowable uses are, and if it is reconsidered and denied, if it is reconsidered that it doesn't change the zoning, it still will sit with those allowable uses, and you might end up with something that is even less desirable than what you want it to begin with. And so it doesn't change the zoning. And so at that point, if we've allowed the applicant the opportunity, she can then make the informed decision whether she wants to pursue it or not. And that's where I'm going with it.
Thank you. And the impact on the entire subdivision could be substantial if they got something that they didn't initially intend. So it's just important to fully understand that. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I agree with you, Councilman Rodriguez, that it is important to listen to voices. And I think we've tried really hard. We've tried to be discerning. We've tried to be intentional. But we've also heard from a lot of people in our community who need places to live that are affordable. And it's hard to imagine that 275 or 300 is now considered entry level in our community. But that's the case. And we have a lot of people who need a place to live and want to live over by where I live. And I think it's important that those voices are considered too. This is a good project. The development is really nice. And the developer has put substantial time and energy into making this project work. So I will not be supporting the motion either.
Are there any further discussions?
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor. Okay, I'm sorry, Jean.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, can I?
Well, I want to make sure it's very important that we do not debate up here. That is not the intent of the council bench, and legal, please correct me. I want to make sure that it's not for debate amongst comments. We can each make our comment, but we're not here to debate one another.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, Dee.
Okay. So with that, I think we're ready for roll call.
Brunner?
No.
Mucci?
No.
Haverfield?
Just for clarity, the motion was to deny. So
No,
your
the
vote-
motion was to approve.
Approve. Okay.
The motion was to approve the request for reconsideration. So a yes vote says, yes, we're going to move forward with reconsideration. A no vote is, no, we're not going to move forward with,
No.
no.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Or
Okay. So it does not, the request to move forward with reconsideration was denied. So that concludes that. Okay.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, the motion to approve was denied. It's still probably appropriate to have a motion to deny, just for the record.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Let's just go to roll call.
Rodriguez?
It'd be no for me, right? Thank you.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Me.
Brunner?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
And did that end up 4-2? Yes, okay. So on this particular decision, the decision was to deny the request for reconsideration of the development agreement. So, okay. It is now almost 6:45. We're late beginning our public hearings, and we are going to move forward with our first public hearing. So item 6.1 is an action item, and this is a public hearing to consider increases in wastewater utility rates, fees, residential erosion control permit fee, wastewater and domestic water hookup fees. Who is presenting on this evening? Go ahead and come forward. So as on this particular public hearing, and I'm sure council has already seen this, we have action item A, B, C, and D. And so, but we will do one public hearing. And one presentation for those, and then we can discuss each one individually as we vote separately. Tom, thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council. So for the record, I'm Tom Points, Public Works Director here at Nampa. And so this is the public hearing for the wastewater rate increase, a residential erosion control permit increase, wastewater hookup fees, domestic water hookup fees increase. So I have Jake here. He's put together a lot of this presentation, and he can assist with answering questions. So you'll notice this is a usual time that we come and ask for these increases right ahead of the fiscal year. We make some assumptions in our budget of what the increases would be. So these, we did budget these, but it's definitely up to council how you want to proceed. You'll notice here that we did not ask for a domestic water rate increase at this time. That was not in there on purpose, and we wanted to delay that decision till later on and coincide it when we do the irrigation rate discussion, which is going to happen around January, February-ish. And that there's still some unknowns with the water system and some of the federal grants that are coming in and what exactly those impacts would be for rates, so we didn't want to bring that forward at this time. So these are always difficult decisions on these rates, and we don't take them lightly. I know they're hard decisions for council. We are looking at some of the things that we want to provide the customers or heard from the customers is good customer service on our infrastructure and to fund maintenance and operations of these systems. And then also maintain the quality of the water in Nampa. So we've built, Jake and the team have built these rate increases over time. We've been communicating them for a number of years. And the intent is to slowly increase over time until we can build up enough funds to be able to pay for some of our major infrastructure and then level off to a CPI after that. The one thing we do want to note at the bottom bullet there is that we are still considering a utility impact fee, and that's for irrigation, domestic water and wastewater. And so that's going through the process and will be coming to you later this calendar year. It's going through, we're talking internally and have had one initial discussion about it with the Impact Advisory Committee. And so there'll be more meetings with the Impact Advisory Committee, be some outreach to the Builders Association, and then also an outreach to some of the industries. So that is in the works, although it's not completed yet. We do have all the calculations done. Next slide. So this is, you've seen these numbers before in some of our staff reports and this is the wastewater plant and some of the budget items. So, we had a baseline budget of $189 million. One thing we are looking at is the guaranteed maximum price to be estimated for our phase 2 this fall. So Nate and his team are working on that. This presentation was put together a couple weeks ago for the public hearing. Nate has got some initial numbers about the cost of materials, and they are going up as we suspected. So Nate's gonna need to come in and talk to you about his plan on how to get in budget on those, and without using too much of our contingency. But it's the costs are increasing to try to build this plant, and that'll be a decision for later. But I just mentioned that's part of the reason we want to stick with the plan of the 16.75% for wastewater at this time, just because we still don't have a guaranteed maximum price. The council has not decided how to use ARPA funds, which will be something you get to decide on as a council later on. So we just like to stick with the plan for the 16.75 for now.
Mayor, if I may, can you explain just for the audience and who's listening what ARPA funds are?
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Bruner, for catching me on my acronyms. So the ARPA funds are the American Recovery Funds that are federal dollars that were coming into several different waves into all across the United States. So it's basically COVID relief funds. There's a portion of that that'll be for societal type projects and programs to help with COVID relief, and another portion of that are going to be for infrastructure, mainly for infrastructure. And the infrastructure are water and wastewater and broadband. So Doug Racine, he's working on a committee to talk about some of these proposals. And then there's funding coming in 2 different waves. There was one wave directly from the federal government of roughly $17 million. There'll be $8 million coming this year, which I apparently have, and then another coming in the
Next year.
it's in 2022. So in the meantime, the legislator also is looking at criteria to authorize a second wave of funds. And so there's funds coming, we're just not sure how much and exactly what the criteria are, but the infrastructure part seems pretty clear cut.
So
Does that answer the question?
Follow up on that really quickly. It's the American Recovery Act plan. And while we would not necessarily have supported our government doling out the money that they have, because someday it has to be paid back, the city has received funds. And so the intent would be to use those funds wisely. And so there is specific criteria in place, and we will be staying within the criteria. And then the consideration is for wastewater has been one of the areas. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
I talked to one of the co-chairs of the CPAC committee and asked specifically about the use of the ARPA funds for our wastewater treatment upgrades. And it seems like it'd be a win-win if we could get those dollars as opposed to using the state revolving fund loan dollars. And that cuts back what our ask is here potentially long-term. Is that correct?
Long-term, but again, back to the previous slide, we're seeing some cost overruns, so that'll be a council decision. We might want to put some of those ARPA dollars towards those cost overruns. So it's a little early to do that, for us to recommend a cutback at this point, but yes, that it has definite potential in the future. So we're talking about, like I said, the first wave is 17 million. We don't know what the next wave would be. It could be more than that. And
Mayor, I know that there was a meeting that took place. Obviously, the council wasn't there. So are we going to be brought up to speed eventually?
We will have a meeting with council. We're just right now still trying to really understand where the state is, what the state, because there are state funds that have come through, and then there are the funds that have come directly to the city. And so I think it's important that we fully understand what funds are available and what the priorities are before we move forward with any decisions. And we're still in the fact-finding timeframe. We have met with a couple of our legislators that are sitting on the committee with these funds. And when they meet, it'll be later this fall and really in the legislative session when they talk about the allocation of funds and what they're going to be doing with them. So we just haven't had a chance to fully put our plan together to bring it to council yet. And even when we do, I think that we need to see what the state is doing and really understand how best to leverage the funds. My commitment, and we've had this discussion with Tom, is that we work within the guidelines that are in front of us and what the intended use is of the funds and stay very true to that.
So this decision tonight is not subject to the ARPA conversation at all?
No.
Which I had asked if we could even bring the NDC into the conversation as well. But again, your point is we're not considering that tonight.
We're not quite ready for it yet, but yes, we need to, because it's a big decision. Yeah.
Mayor Kling, for clarity, let me make sure I'm understanding Councilman Haverfield. When some funds from previous dollars were allocated, I've got really bad feedback, I'm sorry. We were able to use those to offset property tax increase. Do we know yet whether ARPA funds could be used, what's allocated to the city, to offset rate increases for a one-time use?
So the intended use, and what's nice about this is that the intended use of ARPA funds, when they're talking about water and wastewater infrastructure, ultimately it doesn't affect property taxes, but it affects the service fees that our citizens are paying, and that's really important in order for us to get down the road with some of the infrastructure replacement that we need without increasing rates. So whether an individual is paying it in property taxes or in their rates, either way, it's a cost to the citizen. And what we want to do is follow the guidelines and get those costs, those monthly costs down. And so it would be towards reducing a service fee. That was a long answer, but did that answer your question?
I think so. Just for clarification, though, we couldn't use these based on, I saw Doug pop on. He's like, oh no, here they go. We couldn't use it for like one-time rate decrease to cover, because we're looking at the longer-term fee decrease through the larger appropriation of those funds to drive bigger costs.
It may be possible, but the way we have to approach it is a totally different way of utilizing the funds. I don't know if that's wisdom to do it that way, because you miss out on the long-term benefit for short-term gain. And so I think that we need to have a really robust discussion and come forward with some recommendations on how best to maximize those dollars to have the greatest benefit for our citizens long-term. So we'll get to have that in a separate discussion. Unfortunately, the rate increase is in front of us right now.
Mayor?
Yes.
Since we're talking about ARPA funds, excuse me for just a moment. Did you say, I can't look at you because this is starting to bug my eyes. Did you
Well, you
say,
can look at the other one, Sandy.
Well, no, I mean
Okay.
looking at you. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
I'm an eye contact person, so I apologize. Did you say that we were going to eventually have to pay those ARPA funds back?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
This is the grant, yeah. Now, we do have to pay our loan back. The state revolving loan that we have to pay for the wastewater treatment plant does have to be repaid.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I got that correct. Thank you.
Mayor, I think
Yes.
clarification, Councilman Levy, she was talking about the feds, eventually, someone's got this deficit, federal deficit. Weren't you
That's
not,
what I
Mayor,
was
you were
talking about.
Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, this is Doug.
Yes, hi Doug.
Just wanted to add a quick comment. There was an issue brought up in the council here about the potential of using ARPA funds to reduce property taxes. We have finance across the valley. We've researched that with our auditors, Eide Bailey. We are prohibited in the ARPA Act of making that specific linkage. So we can't take ARPA funds and use them directly for property tax reduction. There are other ways we can spend the monies, and we are working to bring the council and the mayor into the view of understanding what our options and opportunities are. For instance, one thing we cannot use ARPA monies for is for growth, kind of like an impact fee. It's only for growth. ARPA funds cannot be used for growth. Their maintenance, their repair, and so forth. But I don't want to sidetrack this hearing. We can get into that more later, and we're working on getting the detail to the council as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that comment. Are there any other questions for Tom before he proceeds?
So,
Seen that?
Mayor,
Okay.
Council, I certainly didn't mean to confuse this issue with ARPA, but I just thought I'd bring it up that, we have been thinking about it, and we do feel comfortable delaying the decision on domestic water, but not so much on wastewater, and that's why we're asking for the wastewater rate increase. It's unknown still that we need to vet out. So we are recommending to stick with the plan. This was a plan that was adopted a number of years ago with the slow and gradual 16.75%. So that'll bring our rate up to about 45.40 on an average. And you can see where these various expenditures go, and a lot of it's going to end up in debt repayment for their SRF loan. Next slide. So this 16.75% was also approved to move forward from the Board of Appraisers. And we talked about some of these same issues with the Board of Appraisers, and they recommended the 16.75%. Next slide. Jake's been doing a good job of keeping up with the others' rates and where they're at across the valley. So we have the two main utilities, domestic water and sewer rates. So what's not seen here is that some of our partner cities are looking at rate increases over time to fund some large infrastructure projects at their wastewater plants as well, like the city of Boise. You may have heard their $500 million expansion and maintenance project. So that'll change their rate. We just happen to be right here we're at in our phase. We got started a little bit earlier than most everybody else.
Tom, could you do me a favor? Could you actually read what's on that screen? Because it's difficult. The font is small and.
Yeah, so the current NAMPA rate for wastewater is 38.16 with a domestic water at 15.54. And then what we're proposing is no change on that domestic water, so 15.54 per month. And then the sewer would be $44.18 per month. So, and that's just slightly behind Boise, which their total cumulative is today is $60.59. So, and our total is $59.71.
Thank you. And they just changed the slide. Whoever did that, thank you. Because that other slide was so small you could not read what it was. So thank you for enlarging it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then this is Jake's fund balance projection. This brings in revenues, rate increases, expenses. The big spike there is our wastewater phase 2 plant, the $200 million upgrade that we were talking about. That's being done in several phases. And the goal is, once we're done with that, then our fund balance starts depleting down to our minimum amounts, and that the fund balance will be used for SRF loan payments and then to maintain the system that we have constructed. Okay, next slide. So I think that was it for the wastewater. Maybe I'll pause there before I go on to the erosion control change. Is there any questions, comments on wastewater I can answer?
Mayor Clean?
Yes.
So Tom, here's my question now, is why are we asking for an increase when we may be able to get some more funds that will take care of this so-called increase that we need in the sewer? Aren't we throwing out a hook there, thinking hopefully we're gonna catch a fish, and the fish being this ARPA money?
So Mayor, Councilor Rodriguez, that's a good question. So to keep in mind, the funds that are coming from ARPA are one-time dollars that will come in to fund a certain part of the construction that are not long-term revenues. So if the rate increase is a long-term revenue that comes in, and so that matches up to help us pay for the loan, pay for the maintenance. So since there's still unknowns and the council hasn't decided on how to allocate those funds, and in reality, that there's, if you really want to make a difference in rates, we've done enough analysis. We're going to have to focus all the money on either water or wastewater. If we start dividing it up and slicing it into those dollars into different sections, it won't make much difference on the rates. So since we're comfortable with delaying the water for a while, but the wastewater is still highly important to keep with the plan is what we're recommending at this point. And we hope that we can have a discussion on where we could put some of the funds. And we are a little concerned about the overages that we're seeing as well. So that's another reason to continue with the rates.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, this is probably could wait till the end, but you know I like to butt in. So Tom, Mr. Fred Larson made a comment, one of the comments of many comments, and I know I don't understand how it would work. So educate me. Is there any way of layering this for new people moving in with new residences, where they are paying a higher rate rather than just a consistent rate across the board?
Mayor, Councilor, so let me think how to answer this. So what?
Did you happen to see his comment?
I did not see his comment, no, so I'm a little,
I mean, I guess we could read the paragraph, but he's mainly saying that, well, he of course spoke of different states moving in and also whatever. And those folks who have been here where they're paying for increases and so on, that should be coming kind of like we talk about impact fees for the developer, but this is for actually individuals moving in and buying new houses where their actually rates of increase would be higher than those existing customers that have been here for decades or years or whatever the case may be.
I'm not sure that in Idaho we're allowed to do that. I'm gonna.
I don't know legally.
I don't want to put legal on the spot, but.
I just thought, boy, if we could do that, you know, I'd be all in favor, but I don't know how it would work or how many employees you'd have to hire to figure it out, so.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, the Supreme Court's kind of opined in how we set our fees.
Okay.
And it's spread out equally among residents. I don't think it would allow distinguishing between somebody that's lived here, if they moved from Boise or wherever, comparatively speaking. One thing we are looking at, and that's for a future consideration, is whether to pursue impact fees in this regard. And that's something where new development can help contribute toward those costs. It would be a first in the state, I think, for this kind of thing. But that is something that's potentially out there for the future. But as far as the calculation per resident, I think the Supreme Court's kind of set our formula.
Okay, I figured that was probably going to be the answer. So am I hearing that the state legislature may be taking this up next session as far as the impact fees, or?
Councilmember Bruner, no, I was talking about you guys, actually.
That's just for Nampa, so it wouldn't be a state actually.
It would be a pursuit of impact fees for the city of Nampa for sewer and water. I think the statute allows you to do that. But again, it's something that hasn't been utilized up to this point.
And just so folks know, what that usually means is that would be the developer that would be paying that increased fee, but then they would oftentimes then will pass that on to the new buyer. So it seems to get a pass on, correct, in most cases? So that's another way of doing it. Okay,
And that will be coming forward
Yep.
in the near future. So Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick question. You've made comment that material prices, construction values are still increasing. I've heard the opposite of that as far as on the wood side. I know that wood is down 70% from what it was. So concrete, steel is not seeing a similar.
That's correct, Councilor Haverfield. The steel has not completed its spike yet. It's still on the rise. The steel mills have not caught up to the production of pre-COVID. So we're seeing steel prices continue to climb. Regionally, with all the construction pressure, we still see high concrete prices. And that'll remain as long as we have a robust building permits in the valley. And then, of course, the labor is another one.
But regionally, is it still as high regionally as far as the amount of construction that's going on? Are you tracking that at all?
Yeah, we are, Councilor Haverfield, we do have a much higher construction, a lot more construction as percentage compared to others, yes. And so that's driving up some of our costs.
I was just thinking that elsewhere, I mean, other states are maybe not seeing as much robust growth that we're still seeing. So I didn't know if the material prices are starting to drop at all because of that.
We haven't seen it regionally, especially on the steel side and concrete. Lumber, yes, which is great news. Although when it comes to utilities, we don't use very much lumber. It's steel and concrete, so.
I was just hoping.
Yeah.
Mayor Clay.
Yes.
Tom, quickly on the increase for wastewater. So because we're billed every other month, currently residents could expect to see about a $31.08 increase per bill. Is that accurate? Jake? Okay, I think it's important that people remember that we're billed every other month so they can see a higher one-time bill increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Mayor, should I just continue with the rest of the presentation, then we'll come back to
Yes.
decisions on each one? Okay. Okay, so the next one is a residential erosion control permit fee. So one of the things I've asked our team to do is look at the cost of providing service on everything across the board. And when they looked at the erosion and setting control fee, we weren't quite recouping the cost for just to hire the staff to go out and inspect the stormwater facilities with the development. So this was to raise the fee to help bring in enough revenue to hire the additional staff that we'd requested in the 22 budget to meet the demand. Building permits are on the rise. Devin put the numbers in here for you on the bottom bullet. So in fiscal year 19, we had 1,140 building permits, and then in 20 we had 1,303, and then we're on our record to beat that already this year for 21. So this fee would help fund that position and continue our program. And we also put the comparisons in there for you. I don't know if that's big enough. You can see it. Maybe Jake can blow it up a little bit. So we are trying to always maintain our rates competitive with others. So you can see we're right there below Garden City and Boise, but kind of in line. So any questions on this fee and what this would be used for?
Mayor? Tom, NPDES permits, normally that's for new construction. Are we talking about other work that's not related to new construction being a part of this proposal?
So the permit, NPDES permit, is a permit that's issued by the agencies for us to discharge stormwater into waters of the U.S.
So we're not just talking about on-site retention and
Right.
Okay, so this is above and beyond, that's my question.
Yeah, so part of their program, there's two parts to the stormwater program. There's managing all the new construction, making sure they have their BMPs in place for their stormwater events and have their plans on site. The other part is monitoring the existing system, which if you look at our existing system, especially in the core of downtown, we have about 1,500 connections that go right into either Mason Creek or Indian Creek, off of our roadways. And that's just the way they used to be built. So all of those need to be monitor during a storm, collect data on it, and then write plans on how we're going to keep the waters as clean as we can.
That's what the clarification I wanted was new construction. We're not talking about these dollars are being used for that because that's developer-driven and developer-paid. But you're talking about existing systems that need to be monitored.
Right, and so these new fees are mainly just covering the new staff to cover the construction inspection and site. We mentioned this NPDS permit just so we could make sure they understood there's other parts to their program, but the new fee is going to cover the new staff, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, it's predominantly covering new growth, right? So this isn't something that's like a fee that our citizens are going to be absorbing. This is really covered by new growth to help just offset the cost of growth. Okay, thank you, Tom.
Okay, so next is the hookup fees. So we talked about impact fee, but there's a difference between a hookup fee and an impact fee. Hookup fee is actually set by the Supreme Court case, so it's the value of the existing system divided by the capacity that they're able to serve, so the number of units they're able to serve. And that we follow that formula to the T, and that's how we set our hookup fee. It does not allow for growth, so that's why we're looking at the impact fee, because the impact fee would pick up the growth portion of the utilities. And those, so we'll talk more about the impact fee, but I just wanted to make sure that there was no confusion on that. So we're following our current hookup fee method. Next slide. This is the formula right here. Value of the system divided by existing system capacity, and that's just a math equation to come up with the fee. And we usually update our hookup fees whenever there's a major piece of infrastructure that comes in. So for example, when we build our domestic water tank, we'll do a whole new cost of service study, determine how much it's worth, how much it can serve, and then come up with a new fee. But in the meantime, we can, our legal has given us advice that we could do these CPIs on the hookup fees in lieu of the full cost of service study fee. And so that's what we're requesting here. And this is mainly just to keep up with the cost of rising building materials that we were just talking about. So we were suggesting the PPI West Producer Price Index. This is the regional index that we've been using, and for the past 3 years, actually Councilor Haverfield had asked the question if we could use a more regional index. So we wanted to stick with that recommendation and stick with the West index on both of these, waters and domestic in the sewer. And this was also confirmed by the Board of Appraisers.
And just a quick comment that an increase less than, I believe, 5% is not required to have a public hearing, but we decided to go ahead and include it in the public hearing so that if anyone wanted to comment on it, but it is not required to go have a public hearing. So we did include it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to be transparent on all these fees and if they don't require a public hearing. And then the very last slide, it's just more comparisons. Like I said, Jake's been doing a ton of work coming up with different hookup fees for different regions. You know, you can see they vary a lot. And the reason is because not everybody's capacity is the same. Not everybody value their system the same. There's some very expensive systems that don't serve a lot of customers and their fees end up being higher on the hookup fee. So that was it for my presentation, and I'll stand for any comments or questions.
Mayor.
Yes.
I almost forgot your name there for a minute.
That's okay.
Tom, I have been contacted by people in our community that say that the reason why we need these increases is because of the increase of our population. So it's putting a real damper on the usage of our sewer and water and irrigation. So if we didn't have as much growth, would we be in a good position right now because of all the increases we've had, or because of the large amount of people that have moved to Nampa with the new homes? Is that really putting a bite on our system now? And is the community paying for that?
Okay, so good question, Councilor Rodriguez. So really, these rates are going to fund existing infrastructure that's deteriorated. So take the water lines, for example. You know, we're an older big city that has, if you go downtown, those water lines are 80+ years old. And they don't, if you could, 80 years is really good. I mean, I feel uncomfortable sometimes on how long we've pushed it. So that's what these rates increases are for, is, you know, try and want to replace 1% of our system a year to try to keep up, which is about 5 miles of water line. So we're only funded to one right now. So that's just one example of using water, but it applies to all three. And as far as growth goes, I mean, we do recognize that growth needs to be paid for somehow, and that's the utility impact fee. And that's, we're seeing, I'm excited to be able to present that. I don't want to get ahead of the Impact Advisory Committee, but we're seeing, if you total everything up over a 10-year period, just in summary, we came up with $45 million worth of projects between the three utilities that are impact fee eligible, which will make a big difference in having to ask for rate increases. And so,
So can you use the hookup fees for these new construction homes, that can use them for the dilapidated pipes we got underneath now?
we try to use as much as we can, although it's that formula that's decided by the Supreme Court case. It's a small number when it comes up to the hookup fee. It doesn't cover all of those costs. So the rest of those have to be covered by rates. If we were able to bring in a utility impact fee, then, you know, we can look at not asking for those rates. So we're excited to be able to do that. I would like to get there, and we're talking about with the advisory committee.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good questions.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions before we move to public hearing?
Mayor, so what's the, I realize we're going to be voting on these separately, so that's my understanding.
Right.
What's the cumulative for an average household increase? Do you know what or Jake, do you know that?
So for average household, we're just asking for the sewer increase. So that's the only thing the existing customers would pay for.
Okay.
So that's on slide. It's that slide.
I realize it's there, but
Yeah.
just want clarification for everyone.
So if we do the math, what do we got there, Jake?
He said around $30, so. How much a year? 180 a year would be the increase?
Jake's gonna come up and.
Yeah, we wanted to
He's
get him out
good
of
at,
his
he's
seat.
really good at math, so.
Mayor and council, again, it's all, speculative on how much you use, but the average residential home will see roughly an increase of $7 a month, so $14 bi-monthly on average.
Mayor, this might be a weird question, so Jake, you might not want to sit down yet. You know how I go. So we have this graduated, where per FY 22 through 25 bottoms out at 8.28% increase. I think we're all concerned about increases, but could that flatten out so that FY 25 experienced the same rate increase as the other fiscal years, to decrease the one-time hit over the next 3 years and then level out 25, so it's appreciably, I mean, it's not a huge decrease, but it's a decrease, but level for the ensuing 4 years.
Mayor and council, essentially, somewhat. You could flatten them out and make the end a little bit larger, but what you lose is that compounding. So essentially, if you were to look at it big picture, you would need more in total increase to cover what we're taking less of in the early years. So if we take less now, potentially that could mean a little bit more later on in total.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I understand that, but I think these rate increases are not palatable to a lot of people. We've been hearing that. And so I think the bigger risk is deferred maintenance, right? Where we say, well, we're only going to give 3 or 4%. And then we've got significant deferred maintenance with 80-year-old pipes. So I'm just wondering if there could be some maybe common ground that, I know it's not perfect, Jake, sorry.
Yeah,
I
Mayor and
said
Council,
ask.
we can move the numbers any way you would like. We can make it work, but this is just what we put out in that cost of service. This was based on keeping everything pretty well flat from year to year instead of kind of doing a down slope if we would have started early. But yeah, we can move numbers around and make it work in the long run, but our biggest obstacle is creating the need to cover that debt coverage. So that's what we have to do.
So Mayor, one more clarification, repetition, but by my math is you said $7 per month, right?
On average, yes.
So that's the average, depending on use, I understand that. So that's $84 per year increase, $84.
And just to step back, something that you just shared was that, and I know it's something that I think about, is we have a debt we have to repay because we're well down the road. And something we haven't really talked about tonight is why some of the changes in our wastewater system, which has to do with the EPA regulations that we were mandated with, that we had to come into compliance, which is part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing. So with that, we have a state revolving fund loan that is approved, and it's a 1.68, I believe, % loan, which is a really good interest rate, but we have to repay that loan. And so we're already moving forward with and I know that Councilman Haverfield and Bruner sit on our design review committee, which I greatly appreciate. We're well down the road in building and making the changes to our wastewater treatment plant. It is a commitment. And I think that's one of the hardest things that we run into is when we make a decision and we make a commitment, and we did go out to the vote of the people, then we need to stay the course with our commitment. Otherwise, we can be in default of not being able to repay the note and the loan that we actually have secured. So I think that's an area, I don't like increases, and what I'm hoping we can do, especially on our line replacement, we're getting major breaks both in our domestic and we're not moving forward on our wastewater lines that we need replaced. If we can use ARPA funds for those and move forward, then those rate increases won't go up. But we have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence under the ground, the stuff that we can't see, but it still has to be done. Otherwise, we're going to hand our kids a mess. So it's such a hard place to be. And I agree right now, it's a difficult time. So that's why you guys, we get paid the big bucks, right? You guys sitting right here, right? We just talked about that. I appreciate your leadership and all that you do because these are tough decisions. It's tough decisions, but we have to make sure that we're making wise decisions and not dealing with line breaks that cost us a whole lot more to repair. And I don't know what that percentage is right off the top, but we had more domestic water main breaks a year ago from, I want to say December through February maybe, than we have. Yeah. Would you like to speak to that than we've had in years?
Yeah, we surpassed it in the first few months, all the way from the beginning of the fiscal year to February. So, yeah, it was a lot of water line breaks, and we're still see, we saw some over the summer, which was unusual as well. Even saw some on Nampa Caldwell Boulevard it's kind of in the middle of summer. It was kind of interesting. See more of them in the spring and fall when the ground starts moving around because of temperatures, but.
So Mayor, let me follow up on Councilman Rodriguez, just a little bit statement. So when we talk about these main breaks, we're talking about being behind 60, 80 years, some of these old lines. Okay, so when new growth does come into an area, I think most of us are in favor of infill, where we're putting new places into existing municipality rather than sprawl. So is that putting, by those building these apartments that we're seeing going up everywhere and so on, so is that putting more pressure on these old lines? Is growth causing some of those potential breaks?
Mayor, Councilor Bruner, we're not seeing breaks related to fluctuation in flow. It's just, it's age,
So I just. need to be
age-related. Yeah.
Educated, so see, I would think in the more use of something, the more pressure, more water going through would cause something to break sooner than if you had less water going through. That's not necessarily.
Well, and then just to be clear, the developers build their own lines to serve their own subdivision as
Right.
well. So they're tying into
But you
an
have old
existing
lines
system.
going into those lines, right? And I don't
In
want
some
to
cases,
belabor it too
yeah.
much, but logically,
Right.
it makes sense that new growth, it may cause old lines to break sooner.
So in general, some of these new subdivisions are going the outskirts of town, which they build their own
Right.
lines.
I understand that. I'm talking
And then
about
they're tying into the new wells that are out there as well. So some of the older part of town, which is not 100% infilled or smaller percentages, and we don't see enough infill to pressure and.
So mainly in most
yeah.
cases, in your opinion, which I respect totally, is these would be breaking no matter what, just because of it.
That's correct.
Mayor Kling, one
Yes.
more thing, if you would mind. Okay, so with the added increase of population, the homes that are being built and people are occupying them now, that raises our revenue. And now we've got 100,000, 200 people in our city. I don't know how many businesses or how many homes we have, 60,000 homes? Then that would give us more increase, that gives us more revenue from the increases. So now, why doesn't that cover all this increase, 16%? And, you'd think that would be okay for us to use and
Maybe-
not have to increase it.
Maybe Jake has on the top of his head what percentage of total revenue that is, and that might help answer that question.
Mayor and council, I don't have a specific number because we don't track revenue based on new homes and older homes. So I don't have that. What I do know is that in our forecasts, our revenues have not increased as much as the growth has. And a lot of that's due to just conservation at the same time. So even though we're seeing more growth, raised rates and droughts and stuff have also brought on a lot more conservation as well.
I didn't want to hear that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, could I add one more comment, please?
Yes.
The,
This is Doug Racine, just as an
Doug
FYI.
Racine, yes.
Yeah.
So just from a finance perspective, as Jake indicated, we can move the numbers and shift the repayment terms. But as indicated, there is a fixed value we will need to repay. So whether we start preparing for it now or next year or the year after, that amount of money will still need to be repaid no matter what we do today. That might mean if we change the rate today, next year's rate might need to go up more. Now, just a numbers game. We know what the end is. We know what we have to repay. So reducing the revenue now will just delay our capacity to repay it. And then back to Councilman Rodriguez's question, costs are not fixed on the water side, the wastewater side. As new construction and new revenues come in, we also have new costs, the cost of treating and so forth. So it becomes a complex calculation between the fixed cost, the variable cost, the cost of the revenues coming in, and the cost of treating the new, providing support for the new homes. So it's quite a complex process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Tom, you know the ropes. You may be back.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
So this is a public hearing, and the public hearing is related to all 4 items, which is the wastewater increase, the erosion control permit increase, then also, even though it isn't required, wastewater hookup fees and domestic water hookup fees. So at this time, who do we have signed up?
We have one person, Angelita Martinez.
Hi, Angelina. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and state your name again and your address. And then you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Okay. My name is Angelita Martinez, and my address is 16663 Wood Duck Street in Nampa. And I'm a native of Nampa, and I was born and raised over in North Nampa. I silently opened a very successful business here in Nampa. I'm at the old Canyon County Annex that was purchased by a group of individuals from Boise. And so I understood what the gentleman said. He said a couple things, that the population is not impacting our system. That's totally not true, because the water system, the water treatment system is being impacted by all the new developers and all the population that has come in. So with that being said, absolutely the sewer system is being impacted by them. Now, this group of Boise individuals and somebody from Sun Valley with millions of dollars purchased the Canyon County Annex. Split into 5 offices, I have 1/4 of that office. He is now making $12,000 a month on that building. Is it gonna impact the sewer system? Absolutely. I have 85 employees that come in and out of that office. They use those bathrooms. We use the water system. The other businesses have almost the same amount of employees because they do the same kind of business, ResHab services, that have employees in and out of those offices. So we're allowing people from Boise, McCall, Sun Valley to come in from California, purchase our old buildings and not charge them an impact fee? But you're putting it on me, who has lived in in here since 1965? And then you tell me that you thought about and you could have years ago voted on an impact fee. You just said, we're going to take that into consideration in the future. It should have been considered in the past when we started to blow up. Okay, Nampa's not the city of Nampa that I grew up in. It is now becoming Boise. The traffic, the housing, the population. We need to do something now and stop putting payments on us. I have 14 homes in this community with individuals with developmental disabilities that get from $800 to $1,200 a month. This is going to impact my population $2,000 a year, $2,500. Do you think that's fair? So you continue to increase and you don't realize who you're hurting. Thank you.
Angelina, thank you so much for coming and for sharing your comments. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we've got her contact info, her full address?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to follow up with you afterwards. I appreciate all that you shared. Thank you. Is there anyone else that has signed up to testify? Okay, so we don't have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone here that would like to testify on this rate increase this evening that did not get signed up? Is there anyone online? We already have yours, yes. Thank you, David. And then is there anyone online? It could be for a public hearing later. Okay, so if I'm not hearing anyone that wanted to testify during this hearing and there's no one else here, okay, then at that, I think I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we've asked Tom a lot of questions, and we can, if we have further questions, you can ask them, but what I'd like to do is go through item A, B, C, and D separately. So item A is to authorize the resolution implementing the fiscal year 2022 increases in the service fees charged by the City of Nampa for wastewater rates and user fees that would be effective October 1, 2022. So that is our first action item. Does the council have any questions? And what is the will of the council on that item?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just need some clarification that I got these numbers correct. Because when we were discussing letter A, if I don't want to put words in Councilwoman Mucci's mouth, she had asked about the fee and they had said it would be about $31 per bill. And then when we asked for the cumulative per house, And was that just sewer, that it was going to become $180 a year, which would be $14 per bill? So I'm trying to look at this whole equation to make sure I have a total correct.
So just for clarity, and Jake, I'd like for you to come back and re-clarify. I think what we heard from Jake, it was going to be $7 and something a month, which totaled $84 a year. Item B, C, and D do not equate into the monthly user fee because they are not monthly user fees. They're totally separate fees that are done for wastewater hookup, for erosion control. Those are not included in the fees. So the next three action items don't have anything to do with the rates that our citizens pay. So it's this action item A, which is the wastewater rate, is the only item that has a user fee. And to clarify, I'll let you share what you shared a few minutes ago again.
Yes, Mayor and Council, on average, the estimated residential increase is about $7 a month on average.
Okay, so here's where I have confusion then. So I'm on page 169 of my packet that shows utility rates, monthly average, and the title is Combined Monthly Water / Sewer Bill Comparison. And then it has, for Nampa, it has the $15.54 in blue and the $44.18, which would be sewer, and then it comes down to the $59.71 total. And that's where I was thinking that Councilwoman Mutchie had asked, was that per month or per bill?
Right.
And that's where I'm having the difference in understanding the 741, 7 something to come to the 14 every 2 months.
The Councilwoman, the average difference per month is the $7. In total, they're going to be paying about $60 a month for everything. But the average difference is only $7.
So their average bill, could we put that slide back up again? And enlarge it, please. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So the average bill, which includes water and wastewater, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, okay. And then I don't think we see the bottom at the moment. Which one's which? Water is blue, sewer is green, so we're talking on the green one. So the average right now is, I can't see it, 38, did you say? Is that, what is that? 3816 is what the average residential bill is monthly, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then it's increasing to 4418. Does that answer that question?
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay,
And that's $6.02.
On average.
on average.
So
So
we're-
it's,
we're-
I round.
What?
So many averages?
I know that, but I'm saying we were hearing 7, I'm just saying by that.
I round up. Conservative.
Mayor, can
You
clarification?
round up.
yes.
Okay, so this is the base. However, it's based on usage. And this $44.18 could go up to $80, depending on usage, that's correct? Okay.
Councilman, that's very correct.
Okay,
You-
so me and my wife, we only live in our house, and then we don't have any kids. It could go a lot more for those families, right? Okay.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I did an analysis, I think this last go around, on my family with 4 kids, and I'm above the average, but not by much. So,
And then it would be a matter of, are we conserving?
correct.
Right.
Yes, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay,
Are we ready for a motion?
yes, we are.
Okay, I mean, I don't like fees going up at all, but we're behind and we got to do this. And we just can't be paying down the line any further. And what you were saying, we got to get on the impact fees right away. And I know, Mr. Points, you didn't agree with him, but he is working very, very hard on this. And I don't know what ASAP means, but hopefully that means quickly. So that's one way of handling this, but I will make the motion that we go ahead and approve the increase as stated.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I have a quick question. Last year, we had the same discussion, and it's always a difficult discussion, but if I remember correctly, last year, we only moved forward with half of this, and then we came back and then approved the second half just recently. So we're behind right now because we didn't move forward. We held it and we didn't move forward. I shouldn't say we're behind, but we probably are a little bit because we did not go ahead and move forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a 6-month period, Mayor, where we were at an 8% increase instead of the 16.75. So there was some lost revenue during that 6-month period. And then it was there, so in February of this year, calendar year 2021, is when the full rate increase at 16.75% came in.
Okay. And then just another quick question or comment. When we moved forward with the decision on the wastewater treatment plant and the loan, the rate increase was much actually slower because we did the loan than if we had self-funded, it would have been considerably higher. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
So if we use ARPA funds to offset the cost, and this next year, when we see where we are in actual costs, if we're way over or if we're within, at that time, we could not move forward with the next increase because we have projected out a 16.75% increase every year for a couple of years. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
So probably the largest impact to be able to have rate reduction will be the impact fee if we could get that implemented, because that is ongoing revenue versus ARPA is one-time funds. So it'll have some percentage decrease, but not as significant as the impact fee.
Is that? Yes. Thank you. Any discussion, questions? Are we ready?
Yes. I'm not going to support this at all. And a couple of reasons why. Mr. Martinez is right, is that added increase from our population growth is, we don't know the revenue, what it brings into us yet. We shouldn't be throwing out numbers without proof of that we do have an increase in revenue, that we shouldn't have to have an increase every 6 months. Based on what I've heard from our residents and based on what I see on the paperwork here, that the more that we increase, the more that we are imposing on our people that don't have that money to increase. I'm worried about that. And right now is a terrible time to be doing increases. I agree with Mr. Ferdinand that we can't be nickel-diming our folks every time we turn around. I know we need sewer. I know that. I know we're stuck. But guess what? So are our residences. I'm not going to support this unless you want to take half again, otherwise, no.
Mayor, and we already discussed earlier, we're not going to debate, but a question for maybe you, Mr. Racine, our finance director. I thought he just stated that we have to pay back sooner or later. All this bond has got to be paid.
It's getting paid.
Counselor, this is Doug Racine. That's correct. We essentially have committed to a cost that must be repaid one way or the other. I completely understand Councilman Rodriguez and the impact on citizens. I will look for ways to mitigate that, but at the end of the day, this must be repaid in some format. If we don't raise the rates, then repayment becomes extremely problematic, and you could end up throwing the burden on to another segment of society, but it still needs to be paid back. We can't avoid repaying it.
So one just reminder is that we do have our CARES, I think we call it our CARES funding, which is within our utility billing area where people can actually apply for financial support. And I don't remember the numbers, but we have funds in that fund today. to where someone, if they would like assistance on their utility bill, they can apply for it. And I think one of the things that we need to do also is ensure that we continue to fund that so that for those that need the support, have the support. But that's just another comment.
And Mayor, the ARPA funds also can be used for that purpose. We can work on augmenting our funds to the necessity that citizens are in need. And so the ARPA monies, the new ARPA monies, can also serve that purpose.
You know, Doug, thank you for sharing that. That's really good news. Because I think we need to be mindful for those that it really is putting them in a very difficult financial place, that we have a mechanism. So that'll be a consideration for our ARPA funds to fund that support for our citizens. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if Doug or Tom could answer this, or if you would want to articulate this. So we have to repay that fund by 2025, is that correct?
So 2025 is when we're done with our construction, Councilwoman Levi. The term, is it 20 years on the term? How many? 30 years. So 30 years will be the time it's going to take to pay back the SRF loan. So it's a 30-year loan for 165 million is what out of the 200 million out of the plant. So we're borrowing a lot of the money to fund what we're talking about. And in the back end, we're asking for these rate increases to cover those payments.
So if I might follow up, okay, so 30 years we have to, is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to think this all through. So on 2025, we'll pay the construction part of it off, but we still, I understand when you get a loan, you still have to repay it. So even if we just kind of take half of that increase each year, it could end up with a huge balloon payment in the last year or something, correct?
Yeah, so the risk is, Councilwoman Levi, that we don't collect enough revenues in these increments, which I know 16% seems small, but I mean large, but I mean it could be quite larger if we didn't have as big of a loan or if we didn't get a loan at all. So that's the trade-off. So I guess the answer to your question is yes, it could be a larger percentage at the end if we're not taking these increases.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling, I think where I'm struggling is, for some people, this isn't just a couple coffees a month. This could be a prescription. And it's significant, and I think we just heard that from a resident who cares for a significant number of folks who will be greatly impacted by this. We also don't fully know the impact of HB 389. We don't know how much is going to get passed through on the tax side, where growth is no longer paying for growth. I think, I know that we can't continue to defer maintenance. It's a really bad trade-off. And you guys are trying to piecemeal everything together for us, but it just gives me a lot of pause. And I know that we're trying to do the very best we can. But I am so conflicted on this one. I just think there's so much uncertainty. I don't know.
Mayor?
Yes.
Victor, I see where you're coming from 100%. I also see where our staff's coming from. We have to pay this off one way or the other. There's no dancing around it. And so I'll probably, it's a very hard decision. I'll probably be voting yes, but I do want some accountability from Mayor Rick, impact fee committees. Let's get on this ASAP. I would like to have something back to us next meeting. In fact, what are we doing? Because I think we all agree that we want that to pay, that increased or that new impact fee in place to pay for it. So that's what I have to say.
So just a quick update on impact fees. So the impact fee committee has already met. We are currently doing some internal meetings. The utility impact fee is going to be a part of the impact fee committee analysis, and so that will be coming forward in the coming weeks in that process. But there is a process, And just so you know, we are the first city in the state of Idaho to do this. No one in the state of Idaho has ever looked at a utility impact fee. I tell you what, I really appreciate Tom and the research that they have done, and they're willing to go out there ahead in the state. And so we are actually going there, and we're already in process, just so you know. So it's going to take it takes a few more meetings because we have a process we have to go through with the Impact Fee Committee, but it's in process and it will be coming forward before the end of the year. In the next couple of months, we'll have it to you and to vote on. Thank you. So thank you. Are there any other questions? I don't think we had a motion.
Yeah, we did.
We did. We had a motion and a second. Thank you. I lost track. So I think we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Mucci?
Yes, but please make sure your residents know that there's assistance.
Levi?
No?
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield? And Bruder?
Yes.
So with that, it does pass, but we will say that we will ensure, especially in the ARPA funds. Am I correct? We had 4 yeses. Is that correct?
Oh, you were yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. So I think it's important that we allocate ARPA funds and have them available, and we can actually talk about how we allocate those so that we can have support for our citizens. That's what's critical, and that's a great use for those ARPA funds. So, yes.
Mayor Clerk, go ahead. No, ask.
I was just going to say, that's why it's such an important topic to clear, so that we do provide that transparency of if those dollars have become available, if they can be used for wastewater treatment upgrades, that's less money that we have to borrow, which means that these rates don't have to be carried out as far. So that's the good side of it. The other side of it too is if we can dovetail it with potentially the Napa Development Corporation's efforts, we can see impacts long into the future as well. So I think it's a very important topic to vet out properly, and it just can't be overnight. But I do sit on the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. It will be a strong statement that I'll make to those that are present that, you know, we don't like to see these rate increases at all. But if we can get that passed as far as the impact fee for the utilities, I'll be pressing on that too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, just clarification on the ARPA funds. Don't they need to be used by a certain time, is it end of '24, or or maybe that's a Doug Racine question?
I think we have 4 years.
12/31/24.
So
12/31/24.
Of 24 is when they need it, so that those can be spread out to a certain extent. It's just not a one-time impact, but it can be spread out if we so desire. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready for B. This is an action item. This is to authorize the resolution implementing the fiscal year 2022 increases in the fees charged by the city for residential erosion control permits. And as set forth in Title IX, Chapter 6, Section 4 of Nampa City Code, effective October 1, 2021. And if I remember correctly, where it's going from a $63 fee to an $80 fee.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Mucci?
Yes.
Bruder?
Yes.
C is an action item to authorize the resolution implementing fiscal year 2022 increases in service fees charged by the city of Nampa for wastewater hookup fees effective October 1, and this is a 3.84% increase.
Still moving.
Second.
Is there discussion? Roll call.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Mucci?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item D is an action item. This is to authorize the resolution implementing the fiscal year 2022 increases in service fees charged by the city of Nampa for domestic water hookup fees effective October 1. And again, it's a 3.84% increase.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Mucci,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to pause for just a minute. I was just trying to look and see how many people are signed up for the next item, because we've got quite a few people waiting for public hearings. And I don't see that is anyone signed up to testify at the next public hearing, the budget amendment? With no one, Ed, I'm going to pause you if you don't mind. And so we're going to skip that one and we're going to move to the next one that has 3 people signed up to testify. So we're going to move to 6.3 on the agenda. I'm going to pause one more time too to say, council, does anyone need a bathroom break? We've been sitting here for a while.
Yes.
We do? Okay. So I apologize. We're going to take a 5-minute quick bathroom break. We'll be back and then we'll dig into item 6.3 on the agenda. Hey.
Yeah, I say you guys just didn't go through. Gene did too, so. Oh, yeah. Gotta go, you gotta go.
Started, and I'm sorry that break was a little long. We may need to make a correction, and I'm waiting for legal counsel because just our last vote, I may need to correct. So, do we need to correct it?
See ya.
Okay. So,
Looking at it.
mhm. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do just a very brief pause and have a discussion about our last action item only because of the agenda versus the resolution and a date that needs to be correct. So as soon as Todd gets in, I'm sorry, he got caught up outside too. So as soon as he gets in, we will move forward and make a decision on this next item. And then we're going to move to item 6.3 on the agenda. And that is going to be the zoning map amendment. So, and then we'll move to 6.4 and 6.5, 6.6, and then we'll come back, Ed. So it's a slight pause. I know, Dave Ferdinand.
It may be a while.
No, well, hopefully they're, yeah, I think Todd knows. Todd knows we're waiting on him. Does he? Okay.
With David, could be a while.
But he's done with David, right? Okay, we're gonna have to nail David for holding up legal, and I apologize during the break, so that's what happened. We're going to have a little talk with council, right? I apologize. You guys are all still waiting, and we're missing 2 council members and legal.
We should sing.
Go for it.
Jake. It's Rodney's birthday? Shall we do an early happy
Oh, yes,
birthday,
let's do
Rodney?
happy birthday.
Okay, on the count of 3.
It is coming up.
Okay, you get a happy birthday song to kill
Okay.
time.
We can do Amy's happy birthday song, which is really short, but we'll do the real one. Let's do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rodney. Happy birthday to you. And somebody's joining us. And Rodney, it's all their fault because we had to pause. There we go. Entertainment for the evening. So, Todd, I think we just want, for total transparency and clarity, we realized that the actual agenda said that on item A, 6.1A, and what I read was that the resolution was effective October 1, 22. We approved the resolution. The resolution says October 1, 21. So the question is, do we need to go back and re-vote on that, or what do we do with that?
Madam Mayor, the motion, I think, as you said, was to approve the resolution, which was worded correctly.
I said as stated.
Early on, when I do read the action item.
Yes.
And the action item said to authorize the resolution implementing fiscal year 2022 increases in the service fee charged by the city of Nampa for wastewater rates and user fees effective October 1, 22. The resolution is correct, that is October 1, 21. So do we need a motion just to ensure that or are we good?
The statement that you read wasn't just to approve the motion, it included the typo date on the agenda. Mayor, I think it's a typo. It says fiscal year 2022 in the item. It's correct I understand it was correct in the publication.
Yes.
And it's correct in the resolution. Let's be safe. Go ahead and do another motion to clarify. The
Okay.
effective date is October 1, 2021.
Mayor, I'll amend it as stated by council.
Second, my second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to, how did you word that? Let's make sure we get it right.
To clarify the approval date for the fee increase being October 1, 2021.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or clarity needed?
What fee are we talking about?
This is
First one
the,
you voted no on.
Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
You can change your vote.
Well, and the vote is only to clarify the date. It isn't to change the original motion. This is strictly clarifying the date. So did we understand that? Okay.
I'll vote yes, finally.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi? Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to move to item 6.3 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's a zoning map amendment from downtown historic to downtown village in order to build the Old Town Nampa concept plan under the streetscape requirements of the downtown village zoning district. And this is at 1015 3rd Street South, 311 11th Street South, 315 11th Street South, and 323 11th. I'm going to get my mouth to work here tonight. 323 11th Street South, 304 10th Avenue South, 316 10th Avenue South. I'm not going to read all the parcel numbers. This is for Muscle Construction, representing himself, Latimer Investments, and International Church of the Foursquare Gospel. Is our applicant here this evening? Good morning, good morning. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening.
Thank you for going ahead and stating your name and address.
My name is Mike Muscle, 101 11th Avenue South, Nampa. I'm here tonight for the zoning map amendment from DH, Downtown Historic, to DV, which is Downtown Village. I was doing routine maintenance on that property. NDC owned it before I did. And you'll probably remember, I think I have 6 different neighbors that commented they couldn't get through. They're going to Brick 29. At the time, they were going to some speech therapy and counseling that was in the building. And they were having a hard time maneuvering around the corner. NDC ended up, at least it was in their name when the work was done, but they removed the entire corner there and put in ADA ramps and made it accessible. The only other hiccup was there were some heaves in the sidewalks. Like you see, this is the fire department. My assistant actually twisted her ankle on that. It's terrible down there on First Street. But that's the kind of stuff that I was dealing with, except it was heaves more where they couldn't get their walker over. So I hired Mark Hess, which does 70% or more of the repairs downtown. He knows all the ins and outs. And he removed about 8 sections and repoured them, which then, getting the permit one way or the other, it's triggering this, the downtown, what am I trying to say, the improvements on the road. We were real cautious about that because we knew that 2 things that I know of triggered that. One was the removing curb, gutter, and sidewalk, your access points like the old chamber building had there, and the taco time where they, other than what the ITD controls part of that, so they wanted that filled in. That was mandatory. We didn't have a choice. But we left everything as is, other than just protecting ourselves and doing the repairs as we're supposed to do, you know, on the city sidewalks or our sidewalks, whatever it is, we're responsible. So I did that. Well, this triggered the landscape improvements. And so when I talked to Doug and Rodney through email, they recommended me to come through this process to change from DH to DV for nothing more than just to help with the improvements. There's several apartment, I don't know if you call them complexes, but units along 4th Street, and they weren't in favor at all with the the lights, because they're not really neighbor-friendly with those street lights and so on, nor does it really fit with what's down there. It's kind of in its own area. Brick 29 we did, and we put walkways, and you guys donated those benches there and all that, and we did our own improvements back in the day, and that's not going to be changed anytime soon, nor is anything else in there. And so this is kind of off by itself is the way I see it, but I'm just trying to be fair with the neighborhood. There's some concerns. We did get approved through planning and zoning. I believe it was unanimous. There were some neighbors that had different concerns. One was traffic going up and down 4th Street, but there's not much you can do because even this building and your building over there, most everybody takes 4th because it doesn't have any stop signs other than 7th and 11th or 12th Avenue, whatever it is, 11th Avenue. It's pretty much a through street, so it's going to pick up more activity. There's nothing I could do about that. The thing I can do something about, and I agreed to with the planning and zoning, was we would vote, or they voted to move us from DH to DV, and what we agreed to is we wouldn't do any industrial because DV allows industrial uses like Rubens Auto Body or the different ones like that. And I don't want anything to do with that. It's my neighborhood too. I want to keep it up. I really want to get this project done. I've went through an entire phase of having it fully leased out, and we had some awesome tenants. One of them was a sculpture from BSU that does those huge sculptures that are in the White House and all over, you know. But they decided not to do it after COVID and stuff. He was going to take the church, and he had an awesome concept for that. But we don't want to do anything that triggers doing that, the street improvements for the residents' sake and our own. And my goal is to keep the uses the same, like the chamber. Originally, they were in there. Now Performance Engineering is going to take that building. And like Patrick's here tonight, he uses Performance Engineering as a sounding board for structural stuff. They're a solid company, been here forever. We have others coming from Boise. Idaho Fish and Seafood's coming. They supply on the wholesale side like Brick 29 and different restaurants, but they also are going to have a retail side to it. And that's really exciting. So that's restaurant, there's office, and then the spa. We inherited a tenant there that's in the spa. Healing Hands was there originally next to the chamber, and that's the same use, it's a spa. So we're not changing anything. Our goal is to just get these tenants. We have, the ones I just mentioned are all the same tenants as what were there before. We're just utilizing the building and doing the improvements. Anyway, I want to be sensitive to the neighbors. They've asked that we don't have industrial businesses go in there, and that can be on the record that I'm fine with that. We pretty much just want the original uses going back into play. I don't know how that works exactly to word it, but if you could do that, it would be helpful to the neighbors. That area really needs cleaned up. It's been time. We've had all kinds of plans. I spent over $100,000 on some plans and designs that didn't work out with the building department and other reasons, and we just want to get individual building permits for each parcel now. So they'll just go in, the church, the chamber, if you want to call it that, this, you know, the taco time and so on. We'll just get individual permits, but it'll still be its own little setting there. Let's see. As far as parking is concerned, I know that there's something, maybe it comes up later in this process, but I think the downtown village actually has some parking requirements. But our goal and all of our tenants, they would like to park in the garage. They're looking forward to having covered parking. And the monthly fee doesn't affect them. They want to encourage their customers to park in that garage that's not being used or very light use. And so our goal is to handle that. Cornerstone is involved. So we're talking the new Taco Time, Cornerstone Church, and then the half block. this is all one representation tonight, just so you know, it's the entire block. And Cornerstone does rent us their parking lot, so I pay monthly, and it's an ongoing lease for 10 years plus, extended. But it helps them monthly because then they get some income, and the parking lot sits empty otherwise. But all the employees for Taco Time, Performance Engineering, the Idaho Fish and Seafood, you know, all of those guys are going to have their parking there for their employees, and then also across the street. So between the two, it's a good combination, and what we'll do is allow other people to park there that are patrons that go in and out. Anyway, I'm just looking forward to getting this off our plate. This was recommended from Doug and from Rodney as a agreeable way to get through this, and I would like to see it approved if possible. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions at this time? Okay. So who's on? Is it Doug? Is Doug there? He's coming, okay. I couldn't see you over there, so it's like, I think there's somebody there. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so I'm, for brevity's sake, I'll be referring back to the staff report on many of these items, just so we're not being repetitive. So the downtown village designation is within the downtown comprehensive plan, so both fit within the comprehensive plan. And the zoning history on this is fairly short. It was rezoned to DH in '05, and then the comprehensive plan amendment was made to the city center districts in '09, and then a building and site design review for Town Square was completed in '19. It is, there's lots of different land uses in this area. It's primarily downtown historic. There is some commercial and some high-density apartments to the south. Downtown Village is adjacent to the northwest. There are public utilities at the site that service this area, and here's a closer view of that block. What's different about this and the next public hearing is that this does include the Taco Time and the church, whereas the next public hearing about the variance only relates to the Old Town development. So the question here is the difference between the streetscape requirements. These are stated in your staff report. There is much more detail involved in a downtown historic streetscape. The downtown village doesn't require the furnishings that are required in the downtown historic. Landscaping is required. It has to be done by a landscape architect. And all of the other factors that go into that really are required to beautify this site and make it compatible with the downtown environment. And the review is done by city staff as well. The regulations are largely in your staff report. The downtown village zone does have some mixed use capability there, office and multifamily residential. But it does border the historic district, and so it will have to be compatible with that early 20th century architectural style, which the development currently is in that genre or near that genre. And then the civic campus compatible, there really isn't much around there that creates a civic campus type of environment other than the library across the street. The conclusions of law are stated in your staff report. They're standard for this type of a zoning map amendment. I'd be glad to review those if any of you have questions about those conclusions of law. The same goes for the schedule of uses, which was attached, as well as the signage that can be utilized out on the site. Because the uses are different in the DV zoning district, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked that we enter into a development agreement with Muscle Construction and the property owners in that area, such that they would only utilize land uses that are allowed in the DH zone. So we have placed that as a condition for you to consider this evening. We did receive quite a bit of correspondence from the general public, and we received a memorandum from the Building and Site Design Committee asking that any of the requirements for the site be maintained if the zone change is made. There were standard requirements from the public agencies, and we received 3 letters of opposition to this, primarily concerning the issues that Mr. Mussel had just indicated about traffic and compatibility, height of buildings, and so forth. In terms of the staff analysis, we believe that with the development agreement that a lot of those issues will be dealt with in terms of those compatibility issues. So the recommended conditions of approval, I just wanted to point out again, number 5, was added because of the Planning and Zoning Commission request, and also the Design Review Committee request, and any other conditions that council wishes to impose. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Couple of questions. The DV, is there an off-street parking requirement that's not in the DH zone?
There is.
And what is that parking requirement?
The parking requirements in Chapter 22, it's based on the square footage of the buildings. And so that is coming up in the variance. The applicant is requesting a variance to remove that parking requirement in the next public hearing, so.
Okay, so it would not be downtown historic, which doesn't have an off-street parking requirement. We will be asked to waive the parking requirement stating, and I think Mr. Mussel said something about using the parking structure. If we, I guess in the development agreement, is that language there that would be a requirement, that they would have to use the parking structure to satisfy the parking requirement for the downtown village zone?
That could be a condition imposed by the council.
Another question I have is regarding street lighting. Is the downtown historic does have specific lighting requirements? Did Planning and Zoning or the Building and Site Design Committee require that type of fixture be used in this, or it could be waived?
It would be waived if this were to be, the zoning were to be changed.
Okay. And my last question is in regard to the Napa Development Corporation and the sale of the property and the requirements that were placed on the development. I was going to ask Robin, but I see that she's gone now. Is that been satisfied? I'd have to go back in my mind, and maybe Darrell can speak to it, but I can't. As far as the requirement, if there's anything that we're, by accepting this, that we're triggering with the Napa Development Corporation contract with Mussel Construction on the purchase of the half block.
Yeah, Mayor, Council Member, I think that that's something that the council could require that we research and do, and if there are any other requirements, that we could place that into, again, to the development agreement.
Thank you.
So Doug, the development agreement, then as you, depending on how this proceeds, you would come back with a development agreement that would need to be approved by council, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just one other question. Did you and Mike get to talk about the requirements that you had put in that we just saw a little bit ago on the prior slide?
Yeah.
The conditions of approval that you suggested, have you guys talked about those? And so you're good with those?
Yes, the Planning Commission requested the first one, so they've known about it for some time. We haven't debated or discussed any of the requirements or the conditions in the development agreement yet, so we have yet to do that.
So that's something that you guys will have, you'll visit about. Are you aware, this is really maybe for Mike, are you aware of the recommended conditions that he had up? Can you go back to that slide? The conditions?
Sure.
Right.
I knew that this was a work in progress and that we were going to work through it as we got more input. So I'm willing to work on whatever to come to an agreement. We just want to get this project going. And our goal is to stay away from the streetscape improvements. We never wanted to do that. The only reason we're here tonight is because I did some general maintenance and that triggered the streetscape. But honestly, I don't think that that's a fair thing. That's just my feelings, because I have a certain amount of liability I have to take care of. And, but most of this stuff we can work through. Keep in mind on the parking, we currently lease, I think there's 65 or 70 spots across the alleyway that we contribute to the church each month. And I don't want to be forced into our employees parking across the street if we're already paying for that parking. It's just the overflow and who wants covered parking. And I don't object to that. They're promoting the parking structure and everyone parking there that can. And I would say 60% want to park in there for shade and for shelter in the winter. So I don't see that being a problem. I just don't want it to eliminate the church, because I'm committed to pay them each month, and we need the use of that, especially for different ones that have a disability that want to be a little closer.
Mayor, Mike, while you're standing there, if I can ask you a question then, do you know how much you're deficient as far as number of parking spaces on the block?
Rodney would know more, or I mean, what were your thoughts there?
So we did a parking count for the entire block. There are 38 spaces for the Foursquare Church, 7 additional spaces, or diagonal parking on 11th. The property on the corner of 3rd and 11th, excuse me, it was on 10th. The property on the corner of 3rd and 11th will have 4. And then the parking next to the former Church of the Brethren building has 25 parking spaces. I don't know exactly what the deficiency is, because we don't know exactly what the uses are that are going into those structures.
So I guess the cooperative agreement that would need to be created that would allow parking to be on a church parking area. I'm just wondering how many actual spaces would be needed in the parking structure to satisfy the requirement for a DV?
Yeah, again, Mayor, council member, those are the parking requirements based on the use that goes in that building. So if it's retail, then it has a certain number of spaces per square foot. If it's a spa, then it has a certain number of spaces. So until those are occupied, we don't know exactly what those requirements are.
I guess I'm just struggling with the requirement of making them have to lease spaces in the parking structure. That's the one thing I struggle with from a legal standpoint. I don't know if we can do that, because it's mandating a return on, once the city takes control of the parking structure, which will happen in time, if that's an ongoing relationship that's been established unless it's just a general lease, which other people are leasing the spaces, but if we mandate it, is that a problem, or would that not be a problem then for legal to answer?
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, are we talking about in the context of the parking requirements? In other words, for him to be able to meet the parking requirements, you would have to have parking sufficient to do that. And if his proposal is to utilize the parking structure, anticipate that would be okay.
It sounds like they're asking to waive the requirement.
Correct.
That's
if you're not inclined to waive it, is there an alternative method for them to meet it?
That's what I was looking at. How many we're actually talking about that are deficient?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, we don't know that until we know the uses that are going in that building.
Well, normally you just project worst case.
Worst case.
And if you looked at worst case, is it 20 spaces? Is it 50?
Yeah, we haven't made that calculation, so.
So I probably shouldn't ask this question. We've talked about it earlier, but I'm going to. So this discussion is all around what is required by moving into the downtown village. Is that correct? And none of these requirements are in place in downtown historic. And the only reason that we're moving from downtown historic to downtown village is because Mike repaired the sidewalk. Is that correct?
The reason for the change would be so that Mr. Muscle is not required to put in the downtown sidewalk improvements, the streetscape improvements.
Mayor?
Okay, so help. Okay.
How much has actually been put in?
8 4x6 or 6
Right.
by 6 pieces.
So as the block continues to develop, the mandate could be that you meet the downtown historic and future improvements, but currently, like you're saying, I don't have a problem with just saying that, you know, what you've done was an improvement and a necessary improvement, but didn't have to meet those requirements. But that's just my personal thoughts.
It just seems like we're going through a lot. And I'm trying to, and I know we had this discussion earlier, but as I listen to it again, it's like, okay, so help me understand how we got here, why we're here, and is this the right resolution to change?
I don't mind staying in the historic downtown as long as they don't trigger the streetscape. They asked me not to change uses, which I'm not. They asked me not to move the access points or rebuild the curb and gutter. I'm not doing either one of those. All I'm doing is fixing up what's there. I'm keeping everything the same. Doug and Rodney asked me to go this route. I've waited another 3 months and extended this project, lost tenants and everything. And as far as the parking goes, all we're doing is promoting using that empty space. My goodness. You can go over there and there's maybe 15, 20 spots being used. We have people in our office that lease that space monthly that want covered parking. But I'll bet if he calculated everything at this moment, what's going in, we're not shy spaces anyway with the church parking that we lease. It's only like 3 to 4 in some of those small buildings at the most. And we've got the entire spot as well as street parking all up and down all those areas, you know. So in heavy times, I've talked to Rubens Auto Body and different ones, and they even share with the church. So it's a community effort. We want to get that place fixed up. I don't care how we do it. I can't get a permit from Patrick until you guys decide. And I'm patiently waiting. This has been years. I've lost tenants and everything. This is such a simple thing. I don't know why we gave up 3 months for it. All I want to do is continue. My record speaks for itself. I can name all the projects I've fixed up and to date, and they all look nice, and they're leased. There's no vacancies. And I don't even own a portion of them, but they're still going on. And I know the same will happen there. We're pulling people from Boise and all around that want to be in the core of Nampa to feed Brick 29 and all the stuff downtown we just did, you know. Even Mark Hess is like, this is ridiculous. He went down and talked to these guys and said, you guys are putting muscle construction through a lot of grief when it really doesn't have to be. Keep in mind, I just finished the brand new Taco Time. They have no street improvements, okay? Same block, right?
We
I mean,
really
just
like
like a couple of months ago.
We like the new Taco Time. Really like their drive-through. So I guess my question is, are we, and Rodney, is this the right solution? Is it the right solution for the problem? Or have we created another problem in the solution?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There's a lot going on here. Streetscape improvements for the Taco Time is because it was on an ITD right-of-way instead of our right-of-way. Getting a serious echo.
Not 10th Street though, right?
So that's part of the issue. So any kind of improvements, site improvements that are done on a property will trigger the streetscape improvements. So for instance, if that southern corner where the Taco Time used to be, that site improvements, resurfacing the parking lot and all of that, it would trigger streetscape requirements to make all those improvements. So benches, lighting, trees, all of that. The sidewalk, the new sidewalk, that also triggers the requirement for the new lighting, trees, in landscaping, all of that. So we debated this back and forth, wondered how we can make this work, and we discussed this, and as an option, Economic Development came over and talked to me and said, maybe this is an option for us to look at. I spoke with you, Mayor, and we all agreed, well, maybe this is the best way to proceed. You are absolutely correct. The downtown historic zone does not require off-street parking. So right now, if his tenants came in, they would not be required to have parking on off-street parking. So it doesn't really change anything except that we're now moving to a new zone that no longer requires the streetscape improvements, but then you would have to get an exception for that requirement for parking. So this seemed like, it seems really complex, but it also is probably the easiest way to just move on. Let's just get the project built.
And I think, well, I think that's the goal at this point. The goal at this point is we want the development done. I think Mike wants to get it done. So, this is not a time for me to talk. So, council, do we have any further questions for Mike or for Doug? And Doug, you were done, I think, right? So any further questions before we move into public hearing?
Hey, Mayor, isn't the next public hearing the one with the variance regarding the parking? So I don't even know why we're even talking about parking right now.
That's correct. I think the difficulty is I had hoped to put them into one, but we needed to keep them separate evidently. So it's difficult, though, to make a decision on one when actually the outcome pushes us to the other. And that's the difficulty that we have in this particular situation, because once we make the first decision, then it forces us into the second
So
decision.
Mayor, I'll speak out, and then probably not appropriate since it's the next one. But yeah, want to get this development done, so you can move. And as far as the exception to the parking, the next one, I will be voting for the exception of the parking. So I just say, let's move on this, so.
Okay,
Mayor Klein?
yes.
I'm just wondering if we can waive the whole process, if it makes sense, allow it to just stay as a downtown historic. He's improved the sidewalk conditions along just the eastern side, or is that 11th?
11th and 4th, we had sections that were bad there too.
So
There's
he's,
4 on each section.
right, so he's just improved a couple of sections of deficient sidewalk, which were a liability to him and to us. And just, why even go through this whole process of a rezone? It doesn't make sense to me, but future, I mean, it will trigger those requirements. I mean, you're forewarned that that's going to be the case. So I'm just wondering if that's a path that we can take.
So are you okay with hearing from Mike?
Yeah, or
Okay,
from
Mike?
Todd, either one.
I think I would just prefer to go on since this was the route we started on. I really do. I mean, I've taken like 3 months and paid all the fees, and I hope the neighbors are okay with what we're doing. We're trying to just keep with exactly what we're doing, what existed in the past. Those are almost the identical tenants that are going in there. We're okay with the industrial, rewriting whatever you want so we don't put like an auto body shop there. But, so at what point does it trigger what owner? Because NDC did the same thing I did, improving the corner, but they didn't put in the streetlights. And that was just 6 months before I got it. So at what point do you enforce this? Just on me, or does NDC or any other owner have to comply? Because it doesn't seem fair.
Mayor
That's a
Klein.
fair question. So I
And
think,
Taco Time on 10th Street isn't ITD, and they didn't have to do any improvements on 10th. Because it doesn't really fit in that area. It's kind of boxed out separate. That's another thing.
well, valid question. So Randy, and then I'd like for Rodney and Doug. I don't know if you heard his question, but I think we need to respond to it. So Councilman Haverfield.
Well, I believe it was CBDG funds that were used for the corner bulb improvements. It wasn't NDC that funded that.
They were the owner, though.
Yes, we just benefited by those, the community development block grant funds. So it wasn't an expenditure out of the NDC pocket to do that. But once the property was sold to you, obviously you took over the responsibility for long-term maintenance. So that's where I just wanted to move down a path that helps you. But again, to allow, and it'll be the next item that we'll discuss, I'm not sure that I can support the lack of parking, because that's the one thing that we'll be finding will be deficient, just as Boise has in
Can I
time.
respond to that? Or?
No, that's fine. I just made a comment.
You may respond to it.
There's 2 things. We need to do all we can to fill up that parking garage.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, months ago, you gave me those benches, and we refurbished all that stuff to be scattered out in that area to blend. So it'll make a nice transition from our section to what's existing like around the library. So we currently have all that furniture that was given or donated, or we're using it or whatever from the Parks Department. And we have refurbished what we could.
Okay,
Mike?
to put in, okay.
So Mayor, can I ask him a question then? Follow-up.
Yes.
This is a follow-up. So you're okay then if we determine as a council, and we might not, that you would be leasing spaces within the parking structure to meet the minimum requirement of, if we so choose, for you to stay within the requirements of the downtown village parking requirements for off-street.
I'm not sure if that's a legal thing. I've tried all kinds of things with that parking garage, and they have certain legal issues that don't allow that, and I don't think that's possible, but I don't know that for a fact. But I don't think we're that deficient anyway. We have the spots, if you're including the entire block with our leased parking, then I don't think we're deficient. They called out however many spots there were, but we don't have that much loss of spaces.
That was
So
my question.
I think that the difficulty, and you know this, that there's two things. One is that they've already leased parking, so they've covered some of their issues. And then the second one is we don't know what the requirements are, or what the need is, right? So I wouldn't.
We have a block, obviously, and I guess we're just talking now, that they can have off-street parking on now. They're leasing it from the church. But if we find that they're deficient, once they start building out and they need additional parking that needs to be off-street, that they would be using the parking structure.
Beyond what they currently have?
Right. So that would be.
I don't know how you enforce that, we don't know because we can use Rubens Auto Body, and the whole goal is to use the parking garage. Right now, I
Right.
think about 55% have said they wanted to use it. All the employees, 55% of the employees want to use it. So that takes care of a good portion of them.
That's good. Okay, so we're going to have to.
With the NDC hat on, that's exactly what we want to have. I just don't know that I can say that we have to mandate it. I wouldn't want to go down that path. I don't think it's legal, but.
So I think, Todd, did you come up with an answer?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haberfield, Rodney and Doug and I were chatting. I'm not sure if I addressed exactly, I missed your part of the conversation, but talking about parking, the subsequent action in 6.4 is a variance of the required off-street, but it's also under the ordinance, off-street on-site. So I think if you were to grant the variance, you could say, we're granting the variance that you're not required to provide the off-street on-site parking as long as you meet the requirements to provide sufficient spaces for that use. And I don't know why you couldn't specify the parking garage. I don't know their requirements. Or in some other location within, an appropriate distance. If Mike came up with an agreement with an adjacent landowner that had more spaces than they needed and he could lease some spaces from them, great. Or the parking garage. So I think you could do it. The requirement you're waiving is for off-street on-site. So you're saying you can provide off-street parking, but it you still have to meet the requirements, but you can do it
Off-site within a certain distance.
And
Because he
Mayor-
already has it secured. I think the real question is, can we dictate that it's the parking garage when he already has it secured in a very close proximity?
I don't think I would say if there are alternate spaces available in the equal distance, close proximity that would satisfy you, I would agree, you probably wouldn't dictate just the parking garage. You could say, alternate location within a whatever distance, and that could be the parking garage, or it could be somebody else that has extra spaces.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Rodney. Our parking code does already allow for that. It's a requirement of off-street parking on site unless there is a cross-parking agreement. Is that what it's called? Cross-parking, shared parking agreement with someone within 300 feet.
And you
So
already have that.
That's what our code says.
Okay, and that's already in place.
Yeah. So I think then, if we made that as a condition of approval of this rezone, that then the variance would just go away, right? We would, or I shouldn't say go away, but it wouldn't be required.
From what Rodney is describing, it sounds like you wouldn't necessarily need a variance if they can meet that alternative code provision that satisfies the parking requirement.
Okay. So with that, let's move into public hearing, and then we'll come back. And so for public hearing, we have a couple of people signed up. The first one is?
Teresa Crowley?
Is Teresa here?
Get signed up online.
I am here.
Hi, Teresa. Can you give us
Hi.
your address and then? Go ahead.
Hi. I live at 812 4th Street South, so just a few blocks from what we're discussing this evening. From the information that we went through with planning and zoning and Mr. Muscle, it looks to me like he has actually done everything, added everything that we've asked for. The only concerns that I still have as someone who's lived in this home for over 10 years and watched the infrastructure not catch up with, like with everything else, not catch up with our population that is growing. The report that I submitted to you from the traffic, I believe you guys would have received that. I submitted it through the forums this afternoon. It has to do with traffic volume on our road. And this was recently done by the Nampa Police Department in order to try to deter speeders and just get a really general idea of what our traffic patterns are. And if you look at these numbers, we have 18,717 cars going down 4th Street on a 12-day period. That's a lot of traffic. And I know that that's not Mr. Mussel's responsibility. And to be honest with you, I'm completely impressed with everything that he's done. I think he has definitely come forward with the good faith and followed through on the things that he indicated that he would. So I guess really at this point, for me, bringing this to the city council itself is, how are you folks going to support the infrastructure? And I know that there's budgets and things like that that have to go along with all of this, but we have no stop signs from 11th all the way to City Hall. You folks know that because you drive it to work every day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, some of you folks are going 45 miles an hour. We have children that are getting on buses. We have pets. We have older people walking. So I guess where I'm going now is I'm fine with what Mr. Muscle wants to do, but I do feel like that the city needs to support him in a better way by either adding speed bumps or stop signs or something to actually make this still a safe historic neighborhood like it has been for the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your patience and waiting so long for your comments. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, the next person that we have is?
Ken Mancha.
And Ken, thank you for coming forward and stating your name and address, and thank you for your patience and waiting so long this evening.
You bet. My name is Ken Manchip. I'm at 803 4th Street South. You've thrown a bit of a curveball here this evening. I would like to say that we fully support leaving this as downtown historic and letting Mr. Muscle proceed. We're totally in favor of that. If it doesn't go that way, as residents of the community adjacent to the proposed development, we have voiced our concerns about the change of designation and permitted and conditional uses, allowing more car lots and repair shops to surround our neighborhood potentially. We would like to request that the City Council follow the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission and require all applicants to enter into a development agreement with the city to limit all permissive and conditional uses to those under downtown historic. And we appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come and to provide your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then the last person was Mike, as the applicant. So is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none. Mike, this would be your opportunity as an applicant to come and give any closing comments. You don't have to, or you may. It's up to you.
I appreciate the support of everybody in the community and neighborhoods there, because I think they want what we want, is to get that cleaned up. And I'm sorry, from now on, I'll leave the sidewalks with heaves. I don't know. I didn't want to trigger any issues there, but I think in the end, we'll man through this and get it taken care of.
Thank you, Mike. And I have to say, it's a little bit unfortunate if someone repairs their sidewalk and this is our code, this isn't, I'm looking at Rodney, and Rodney has nothing to do with it. This is our code. if you repair the sidewalk, it throws you into a situation, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with that picture? And you've spent 3 months literally waiting and resolving this, and we need our sidewalks repaired. So it's a very interesting thing, and I know we've talked about it, and you guys are trying to educate me, and I apologize for my comments, because I do want to support staff and I support the process. It's just one that confuses me a little bit, because this has been a big hurdle to get through, and we just want a project done. So that said, I think I would stand, unless there are questions for Mike, because once we close public hearing, Mike, you won't get to speak anymore. And are there any further questions?
Mike, you want to go with this change, and I'm hearing from here that we keep it historical, so you don't care one way or the other where we
I would
are?
rather go with this since we spent 3 months working on it. And I'll
Let's get
go
it done.
with the restrictions on the industrial.
Yeah, development agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, so just make that a condition then.
Okay. Yes.
So Mike, you're still at the podium. I think, right?
Yes, he is, yes.
So, worst case, we go ahead and allow this change to downtown Village, but we don't grant the waiver as far as on the parking in the next motion.
I don't think that's going to be a problem. I'm willing to take the chance.
I just want to make sure that
I'm
you're
promoting
aware.
that garage one way or two, and I also support the church next to us because I give them a monthly. And Rubens Auto Body is our backup for a third, and then I lease from this, I don't know if it's 300 feet, what's a city block, but I lease the entire corner across from the accounting place there, behind the fire department. That's 1 block from the corner of our property. I think it's 300 feet. So I have another 30 or 40 spots that I rent from, is it NDC? So I currently
Not
rent
anymore.
that.
Actually, it's the city now.
Is it the city?
It's the city now.
Well, I rent from them. So I have 4 parking lots, but I still promote the parking garage. And that's why I think 55% of the employees choose to go over there once they come. And I just took a survey from them, so I would know, but.
Well, again, I want you to know that we want you to be successful. This isn't adversarial by any means. It's process. So trying to understand what the process is. I just know in downtown Boise, there's a lack of parking and a lot of people get caught in not having a place to park. Hopefully that'll be the case in Nampa one day. Right now, it doesn't seem to be the case, but it could change. So as far as we move down the path, it's only with the idea that we're trying to get
understand.
things to match up.
If I go to a hockey game, I don't mind spending the $10 and I park in their parking garage. So it's pretty common. I think Nampa will catch up soon.
Okay, are there any other questions before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, council.
Mayor.
Let's get done, yes.
Mike, this is the second meeting in a row you've been here. And I can tell you're frustrated, and I don't blame you. And again, it's not Rodney or Doug or anybody's fault. But Mike has been so committed to developing our downtown. You've done remarkable projects, and we need to help you figure out how to make it happen. Thank you for your investment in Nampa, and thank you for your unwavering patience. So let's do this. I'm gonna
Okay,
let.
so the motion is, go ahead.
Okay, hold on, now I gotta get back to where I was.
Up there.
Just
Oh, there we go. Oh,
as
gosh.
stated and with
Okay, I
conditions.
make a motion to approve as stated with, I think we had conditions
Of approval.
with no industrial. Is that correct? Was that the only condition?
It's those recommended conditions plus,
Oh, there we go. Recommended conditions of approval as stated up there.
plus,
Plus, I don't know what else we had.
I
There
think
was
it's
so much.
the
Industrial.
a development agreement that is in alignment with the historic, downtown historic area.
There was a lot there.
There's a lot there. I think, do we have it?
Perhaps Councilman Haverfield should do it. 'Cause he's-
Well,
No, you did good.
We talked about putting the shared parking agreement in this motion, which then voids the need for a variance on the next.
Were we allowed to, though? I thought you said, I thought the mayor said.
Are we
they-
allowed to do
There's
that?
really no need, Mayor, because that's already a condition and it's allowance in city code right now. So if you approve the or the rezone to DV, then he can secure a cross-access agreement or a cross-parking agreement and move forward.
And so there isn't anything else required?
Correct.
Okay, other than the motion as stated?
Mayor, question then, Rodney, do we need action item 6.4?
We won't if this goes through.
Amen.
Okay.
Cool, let's vote.
I bet everybody out there would like it to be done too. So, okay, there is a motion on the floor.
We have a second?
Is there a second?
Thank
Okay, Jacob has a second. Is there any further discussion or clarification needed? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes, Mike. Well, let's get through. Okay, my understanding is 6.4 is not needed. I just want to clarify that since it is on the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the way we might state it is that Mike simply is withdrawing his request for the variance.
Mike Muscle, I'm withdrawing my request.
And Mike is saying, may I go home now? Okay, it is duly noted that you have withdrawn, and I think you're good to move forward.
Mike, good thing you don't.
Thank you. Mike, thank you very much. Item 6.5. Item 6.5 is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to single-family residential, 6,000 square foot zoning district and a development agreement at 0 East Locust Lane and a small portion of 0 Robinson Road and 4417 South Happy Valley Road for Harvest Creek subdivision. This includes 214 detached single-family lots on approximately 39 acres and 35 common lots on 14.88 acres for a gross density of 3.05 and a net density of 5.5. This is a 70.28 acre portion of the proposed 76.2 annexation area located on the east side of South Happy Valley Road for Hayden Homes, with Tim Mokwa present representing multiple property owners. Okay, Tim, thank you for joining us this evening. And go ahead and share name and address and all that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Tim Makwa with Hayden Homes. Pleased to be here tonight. Thank you. Presenting our Harvest Creek subdivision. We are asking for a annexation. Well, this isn't going to work. This will advance it though. Right? So we're asking tonight for an annexation with a zone of RS6. The property is in an area of the city or the city's area of impact that is surrounded by medium-density residential comp plan. The RS6 is compatible with that. There's quite a bit of RS6 as well as RS 8.5 in the surrounding area. Oops. There we go. So this is just a view looking at our overall layout. I'm going to try to be brief and leave more time for questions if you should have some, but it's been a long night already. So we're proposing 214 building lots. I won't go through all of the calculations. That middle 80% is the 171 that are averaging more than the 8,000 square foot per the RS6. The RS6 does allow for the infill of 6,000, which we've clustered in some of these central areas in order to be somewhat conscientious as we can be right now with affordability. As one of the council members mentioned earlier, it's difficult to believe that what's become affordable. But so we are conscious of that, and part of our request for the infill lots is to be sensitive to that. We're bordered on the east and south by the Reidenbach Canal. The Ellis Drain cuts through diagonally through the property, and then we've got, what's the drain on the Happy Valley side? I don't have the name of that. It's the Burke Drain on bordering Happy Valley. So as part of our subdivision, I mentioned the various lot sizes. We're surrounded by or have worked common area throughout the project with extensive trail systems along both the Reidenbach, the Ellis, and as well as connecting the interior common areas, some of the larger spaces containing basketball. We're proposing 2 tot lots. We are proposing to tile both the drains that are bordering Locust and Happy Valley. That was something from our neighborhood meeting that was brought up as far as the concerns. There's a in our southeast or southwest border or area of our project, Happy Valley is curved out. So there's a curve there that is sometimes difficult, and the neighbors expressed concern with the safety there, particularly with the two deep ditches, the one along Happy Valley and the one along Locust. Briefly, just wanted to show you what our phasing plan is. We would propose to start in our northwest corner, which is near the intersection of Locust and Happy Valley, because that's the direction the sewer would be coming from, and expanding south and east. Our last phase would be on the east side of the irrigation drain with a connection out to Locust. So just some of the infrastructure improvements that would be part of this development. Again, we would be tiling and rerouting the large drains, deep drains that are bordering Locust and Happy Valley. That would make for a much safer transition and shoulder off the road. I don't know, I wish I could point, but ultimately there's going to be a roundabout at Happy Valley and Locust. As part of our project, we would be donating or dedicating the right-of-way for the future roundabout, and we've been working with staff, and they've been working with Canyon Highway District as well on what our equitable or proportionate share would be for construction of that roundabout. Also, because it's not in the SIP or the 5-year plan right now for Canyon Highway District. So we're trying to work through that. We're, and I think the way the condition was written by staff was that we would continue to work with city engineering, and we're happy to do that. Our traffic impact study also would have indicated a proportionate share that we're responsible to contribute. So I just kind of wanted to show that roundabout blow up, and then also the flat lawn area. So it's going to be a big lawn area as opposed to two really deep ditches, if you're familiar with that area. A couple other things. All of our streets are proposed interior to have a planter strip with a detached sidewalk. So I think it's going to give a nice look for street trees between the sidewalk and the homes. Again, extensive common area. At both the Happy Valley and the Locust, we'd have a center median at our entries. We would keep this ditch along our east boundary, or that's diagonally through the property. We would keep that as an open ditch, and it would have the pathway along it with a fenced area. We anticipate anywhere where we're bordering the common areas to go with an open vision wrought iron style fence.
And so is that the case on the south portion along the larger canal? Is that a fenced, you're going to fence that?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'll just move a little quicker through these. This is just our on-site intersection, or on-site street sections. Again, 56-foot right-of-way with the detached sidewalk on both sides of the street. It says 4 foot, but I believe that's actually 5. And there's 6-foot planter strips, so we would have street trees in those. And then it shows the 50-foot of additional right-of-way, or right-of-way dedication along Locust and Happy Valley with a detached sidewalk. I did want to show or highlight one area from the staff report. It's been big in the news here lately, obviously, the fiscal impact. Per the staff report, it lists the matrix or square footages and price that make a project, how's it worded? Positive to the city financially. So just as an example, our 2 current projects in Nampa, Meadowcrest and Springbrook, we're kind of right in that 1,500 to 1,800 square foot range average. And the average sale price for those is in that 370 to 380, or excuse me, 382 to 392 range. And keep in mind, that average has been built over, we're in our 4th and final phase of Meadowcrest, and we're in the 2nd and final phase of Springbrook. So that average is, it's come up quite a bit in the last 6 months, as everybody knows. So I guess the main point of this slide is that we're within that sweet spot that the city's looking for, as far as a positive impact financially. And then lastly, I just wanted to show a couple of our slides of our product. We'll have a variety of two-story, single-story, two-car garage, three-car garage, some RV garage, just some of the interior finishes. They're going to be nice-looking homes. I think they're going to be comparable to what we're doing in our Meadowcrest, which is at Middleton Road, north of Lake Lowell. So in summary, the proposed annexation with the zone of RS6 is in conformance with the future land use designations of the medium-density residential. Our request that we feel is in the public interest, providing single-family residential opportunities. The project will provide housing sizes and market values that meet or exceed the city's minimum threshold to be considered a positive to the city financially. Our proposed gross density of 5.5 units per acre is right in the middle of the medium-density residential recommendation or requirement of 2.5 to 8 units per acre. The preliminary plat meets all requirements of the Nampa City Code. We are in agreement with all recommended conditions of the staff report, as well as including the engineering review. And then for these reasons, we request your approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Tim, thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions? You did a great job with your presentation. I think that's why there aren't any. I
must
guess
be.
I have one slight question, and
Okay.
that is, and maybe staff knows, what is the percentage of open space on this particular project? I don't know if you know that right off.
I do. There's 16.4 acres, which is 23.3%. That's total. I don't have our usable calculation, but because some of that's going to be storm drain and some of it's our, we've got a burden with some of these ditches, but it's also a benefit. So we're using that to try to make lemonade, put our pathways along there.
Awesome.
So 23.3%.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, we'll go to staff report. That was such an excellent report. Parker, I think you're on for staff report. I don't know, we don't want to just repeat everything that Tim just shared, because he gave us a really thorough report. Thank you, Tim. I can tell you've been here just a few times. Just a couple.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try and cut through some of this. The preliminary plat for this was approved by Planning and Zoning. We've made some changes to our process. So now when it comes with an annexation, you'll be approving both the subdivision and the annexation, but this was already approved. So the annexation is the only thing that you'll be considering tonight. Surrounded uses, single family with some agricultural uses. The nearest fire station is 3.5 miles, a 9-minute response time. Nearest police station is 5.3 miles. The thing that will probably be a discussion item will be the path of annexation for this. To be eligible for annexation, it has to be adjacent to Nampa city limits. If you look at the annexation, it's kind of a wonky shape. There's several pieces in there that they had to get on board to provide that path of annexation, but on the southwest side, that would be their path, and all those properties are included in the annexation.
Yes.
And that was going to be my question when you came up, is I was looking at the path of connectivity, and I wasn't certain, because the city map isn't that clear, that it appeared that potentially it came from the north to Locust Lane, but that's not the case.
Correct. It's from the southwest, attaching a few different properties.
All right, so that's going to create some enclave parcels in between then.
Correct.
So, Mayor, if I may follow up on that, because that was a concern of mine, the enclave. So what are we talking about? How many acres of enclave to the west, or what are we talking about here?
The amount of acres, I haven't calculated it, but it's this whole piece within here.
Sorry, can you point
Where-
that
where- where you-
again?
where you
Where you,
got- Okay.
Right here, this whole
I'm sorry, I
piece.
can't see where you're pointing to.
To the
Oh, I'm
west.
To the
sorry. No
west,
wonder
yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah,
That's the enclave area.
correct.
Actually, the enclave began a long time ago when we approved what was south and west, because if you look up north, that's full subdivisions that are annexed into the city on Happy Valley. The
Talking about west of Happy Valley?
west of Happy Valley, north of Locust Lane, on the west side of Happy Valley, you've got major subdivisions in there that are all in the city. And then there's the section that isn't, and then way further south, it's annexed in. So we created a long time ago a considerable area that hopefully will come in, but do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Mayor, as far as what was in the report, it said everything was county from north, south, west, east.
So if I can pull up the map here.
That's what's in our packet.
I mean, I'm just very familiar with the area
Yeah,
because
no, I'm not, so I'm just, that's why.
yeah, I've driven that road probably 1,000 times. Yeah. So if you look at the Happy Valley and Greenhurst roundabout and the subdivision that goes from Greenhurst, it comes south to the old Greenhurst Nursery there. Before you get to the nursery, that's all city. And then there's a little segment there that is county that wasn't annexed in. But actually, behind that, it even is annexed in. It's interesting.
Directly west, because again, I wish on these public hearings, I wish I would go out and drive, but I'm not allowed to do that, to take a good look at it. But it's just agricultural land to the west then?
There's some homes in there that, there's homes in there, but they're county homes. Yeah, county homes. And then you've got the subdivisions right to the north of that.
It's approximately 90 acres.
90? And that's not owned by just one property owner, that's owned
Correct.
by several
Multiple.
owners?
Councilman Haverfield?
So Happy Valley Road, on the western boundary of this parcel, would that now be considered?
Randy, could you turn on your
Enclave.
mic?
Yep.
Thank you.
So Happy Valley Road, all the way along its frontage then is now city limits. Half section or full section of the road?
You're asking about the right-of-way being
I'm just wondering,
annexed?
as far as connectivity, obviously, there's not going to be a problem future annexation of those parcels in there, but it seems that there are larger lots, residential, they're probably not going to be coming anytime soon. So I'm just wanting to make sure that we have a path of utilities that could go down Happy Valley Road, or are they already there? Will this project be required to be a to and through development and will that be down Happy Valley Road?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the utilities will be required to go to. There is not, the basin boundary is basically this property, so there's no need to go through heading south at this point. That would be a future larger basin. The existing lines that they will be connecting to are not deep enough to serve south of the Reidenbach Canal.
So they're, okay.
And we have agreements in place with the Highway District for city utilities within the Highway District roads. And so there are no concerns with the utilities for this development and their ability to have them installed.
So what about the road improvements then, frontage improvements on Happy Valley? Will that be half section or full?
So the Happy Valley is currently an arterial roadway, and so they would be putting in sidewalk and no road widening other than what is required under their traffic impact study.
So
per the current
sidewalk
code
edge of,
requirements.
okay. So impact fees would go to other projects instead of frontage improvements on this then?
Impact fees would go to the projects currently on the capital improvement plan for the streets. Impact
Same thing on
fees.
Locust Lane?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor, while Daniel's up here, so Compass, speaking of traffic, I realized the roundabout, but it also says that it's, the Compass report was not real positive about, it was larger growth than forecasted. I'm trying to find it now, and also that the traffic, could be a challenge. I'm not quoting that.
I would say that the Compass report should be taken with a grain of salt. Those reports are based off of projections that are the best estimates at the time they are made. However, the developments that come in are obviously driven by what land is available and economical for the developers to develop. We do work with Compass to update those projections as developments come in.
So is this an old report, you think? I finally found it. This proposal exceeds growth forecasted for this area. Transportation infrastructure may not be able to support the new transportation demands.
So once again, the Compass reports are based off of the estimates that they put together. Oh, how often, Jeff's not here. Tom, do you remember how often they do those estimates, the Compass TAS zone estimates? Yeah, so.
This could have been 4.5 years ago?
Yeah, I don't remember, but that's why we do specific traffic impact studies for developments where we look at what are the true impacts of those. And so that's why I say those Compass reports are based on the models and the growth projections that we have valley-wide, and may not work real well as we look at specific projects.
So Mayor, I'm getting a little sarcastic here. So are we just putting these Compass reports in here to make them feel good, or if they're not worth a grain of salt, why are we even including them in the packet?
They are agency communication that we receive from Compass.
But we are not required to put them in the packet. I kind of take to heart whatever I read in here, so it doesn't say it was maybe done 4.5 years ago. So I'm just talking about for future reference, whether we even need these in here. So, anyway,
That might be good.
Another discussion. So.
That's a good point, and I think for staff, what we might want to do is go back and have a conversation when we're putting those out. And so thank you, Rodney. Is that what you were going to say? Yep, you'll go back and have a conversation. You're on it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, we'll just do it.
Let's go.
Thank you.
We're pretty far into this, so we've covered pretty much everything. The plat was already covered by the applicant. The conditions are in the staff report. I can stand for any more questions.
Thank you for that smile. That was good.
I seen you laugh.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any questions for Parker? I guess we don't, and so just stand there for just a minute, because I'm going to open public hearing, but we have no one signed up to testify. And so as you stay there, is there anyone here that had intended to testify that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing no one, then I guess I'd like to say, does anyone have any questions for Parker or for Tim? And then Tim, this is your opportunity to close with any comments. Do you have any closing comments for us?
Mayor. May I ask one question, and I don't know if Parker or the applicant can answer it. There was one concern by a citizen, I think maybe two of them, that were concerned about wells and aquifers and what kind of drain this would have on that. If somebody could answer that, please, in case they're listening.
I can just say that we're proposing to connect to the city's system, and there's 12-inch lines surrounding the property that have adequate flow to provide service. So we're not drilling any additional wells. So it wouldn't be any additional burden on adjacent shallow wells.
Thank you. I just like to have their questions addressed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any
Madam
closing
Mayor,
comments?
if I could, if it would be helpful to speak to or answer any questions about our pathway to annexation, since that was one of the issues that brought up. If there's still any questions on that, I'd be happy to try to try to answer that. In fact, I can kick it off. Can I get back to my site plan here?
Do you want your slides?
Thank you. So this was our biggest challenge and biggest hurdle in getting this project going. I wish I had something that showed a little wider range, but this subdivision off the west side of Happy Valley, north of us, when that project was done and annexed, I'm not sure why, but it annexed Happy Valley all the way down to the intersection of Happy Valley and Locust. And so when we looked at it, we thought, well, we've got to touch. You know, that's our annexation pathway. The city determined, and their opinion was that that was considered a leapfrog or shoestring, which we, you know, respect their opinion, don't agree with it. The shoestring was done when that was annexed all the way down to the intersection. That was the shoestring. We weren't requesting that long, narrow annexation of the roadway. So it forced us to look at other avenues, and we were able to put together a couple of other owners that were willing to go in with the annexation. So we are meeting city code as far as the annexation, and I believe the staff went through this with the State Tax Commission as well. I'm getting a head nod. So anyway, we are meeting the city requirements for annexation and for the touch or connection. So just a little more color to that issue.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
So Tim, the water and sewer services are coming down from the north on Happy Valley?
That is correct. So water, in fact, extends a little bit south in Happy Valley, a little bit south of Locust Lane. So it's already been down to where you can't really see it here very well, but there's an offset in Locust Lane, east and west. And so it's extending all the way down to that offset that shoots off to the west, water. Sewer is about, I think it's about 400 feet north of the intersection of Happy Valley and Locust. So we'll be extending up to the intersection or the entrance to the subdivision just to the north.
So will there be a requirement for you to loop the water?
Yes, there will be. And there's water, as I understand it, there's 12-inch in both Happy Valley and Locust. So that's where that loop will be made.
Okay, so it's already there.
Mhm.
Okay. So what's the fire line service available then?
It's over 1,500 gallons per minute.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions for Tim?
Mayor, I don't think so. So we are doing a traffic impact study, Parker? But that has not been completed yet. Yeah, okay, so, and we're A-okay with, supposedly this one lady says 214 extra cars a day.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, the traffic study has identified a number of mitigations that are needed. We are currently working with the developer and the Nampa Highway District, who has jurisdiction over some of those roadways, on what those mitigations may look like when they are installed.
Okay, I know you've already said that, but so we're counting on the county to come together with us?
We are, so the developer is required to mitigate the traffic that they generate that, and the mitigations that are triggered by his development. We are having some back and forth with the traffic, the engineer who did the traffic study on some potential options on the mitigations. They came back with, I believe, a roundabout at Happy Valley and Locust. There may be some interim mitigations that address the issues without full development of a roundabout at that point. They are looking at that, and we will review and approve whether those are acceptable or
And
not.
Tim, you're okay with anything that's mitigated or comes about?
I am okay with that, provided it's reasonable. And that's part of what we've been working with our traffic engineer and with, Caleb and Canyon Highway District, we control only a 1/4 of that intersection for dedication of the roundabout. And, you know, we're probably, we're contributing about 15% of the traffic through that intersection. New York Landing is probably contributing a much higher percentage. So we're trying to figure out exactly where all that is, but we're completely comfortable with paying our proportionate share.
Being today, then the 5 phases, you expect those 5 phases, you hope at least for them to be completed what year?
Probably 2025, 2026.
With today's.
At today's rate, yeah. I mean, it could go slower, could go faster. I would expect that it's
And
probably
that
going to slow
first
down.
phase, I'm sorry, but that first phase approximately has how many houses? I didn't count them.
It was around 44, 46, something like that. They're almost all in the 40s, in that mid-40 range, except the last phase, which is 30-something.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have a
Thank you.
question
Yes.
for Daniel.
For Daniel? Okay.
Daniel, you didn't have to go that far. You could have just stayed in the front row. So since Locust Lane doesn't align going east or going west, will there be right-of-way acquisition to create the roundabout at the upper section? Do you know how that roundabout, you can't be an offset between the two. That doesn't work.
Their engineer has done a concept layout for a roundabout at that location. I don't specifically remember where, which way it triggers, but it splits, yeah, it looks like it splits the difference between the two. So yes, there would be some right-of-way acquisition necessary on adjacent parcels if the roundabout is what it ultimately has to go in to mitigate their traffic.
So is this a decision that this council will be making in the future as far as this roundabout?
Tom is shaking his head
Yeah,
yes in the back.
typically, well, so.
This isn't one of the 14?
No, this is not one of the 14. This is not one that was on our capital improvement plan currently. And so that's why we're looking at what would be needed with the development triggering that.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question then. Since the roundabout isn't going to happen probably in the near future, not knowing, are we creating or allowing an unsafe condition to happen because of the off alignment of Locust Lane, north and south, east and west traffic that's going to be generated out of this development?
That is one of the things that we are looking at with the updated look at what may be the potential mitigations for that, is the safety concerns of an offset intersection.
Because I can see that being an issue. I'm good.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council? It's so hard because I can't do anything. I'm at the mercy of the council right now, and I would have comments, but
Mayor, I'm not willing to quite make a motion yet. To me, this is a great planned out and great, and as the mayor said, a beautiful presentation. Boy, it's just so much growth, and I'm just, and I don't get scared very many times, but scared half to death of all the infrastructure and being able to handle this and how soon this roundabout's going to be taking place. That's my concern. And I realize this is not considered sprawl since there is a path for annexation, but I don't like to hear 98 acres of enclave area either. So I'm willing to listen to the rest of you, but I'm kind of in the middle of the road right now on this one.
Mayor?
yes.
I'm similar to Darrell on this. There's many acre homes. I know this area really well. There's also areas that are pretty dumpy just right down the street, so that's a little bit torn. You got a bunch of cars just piled up not far up the road, so having a nicer neighborhood would help, but at the same time, it feels like it's a little too far out. Being compatible with some of the other acre more than acre lots out there, so I'm open but conflicted as well.
So I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything, but I'm
I
going
hope
to.
you say something.
So
You're-
I've lived
you're
out,
there.
I lived out past there. I've driven it a ton of times. And the offset in the road, I'm just thinking the only concern would be the amount of, I'm just trying to think where there would, it is, but it's, I don't see it as a concern. I've driven it a lot. I don't see that this subdivision is going to create any more concern than as is already there. If you go just to the east of this area, you have trailer homes. I mean, it is, definitely this is an improvement. And I've watched this area for years, and my thought for years has been this is our next development area and a wise development area because it's so close in. You've got Happy Valley, all the roundabouts are in. People that want to skip Happy Valley are going to jump over to Robinson, and you've got, again, roundabouts that are already in all the way in for traffic, as far as the traffic goes. To me, this is a natural progression in growth. And yes, we're concerned about growth, but if we don't have housing that is out of ways, then people, there isn't an option. And so when you look at what our needs are right now, it meets the needs of the housing that we're short on. And so it's funny because I know I may get in big trouble for saying that because it's growth. But I think when we look at growth, it needs to be in the right area. And these roads are already improved and have the roundabouts going all the way through. So I don't see it, I personally don't see it as a negative. I see it as in some ways as a positive, as long as we mitigate the roundabout or whatever we do right there. Ultimately, a roundabout is really where it ought to be, right there at that corner. And the way it's offset, I mean, it'll be an offset roundabout, and we've seen those, and it'll take care of some traffic, and it'll definitely make it safer. So I guess that's the real question is how long before we get a roundabout? The first 44 homes in the next whatever aren't going to be a big deal. When you look at that traffic, it's when you get the full build out. And so how long would it be before we get the build out and get the homes? But I think it's a natural progression for growth.
Mayor?
Yes. Go ahead.
I also like that it's relatively close proximity to East Valley and Columbia. And it gives people who want relatively easy access to the freeway. There's no such thing anymore, I realize that. But it gives them kind of a straight shot and close to, relatively close to Endeavor, East Valley, Columbia. And there are some really nice homes in that area, but I think that these look really nice. And again, crazy to think that that's an affordable home. But it does give people opportunity to get into a family home for what today's affordable price is. So I'm, also not in big favor of lots of growth because it provides challenges, but people need affordable places to live.
I make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning to RA6 single-family residential, 6,000 square foot zoning district at 0 East Locust Lane, a small portion of 0 Robinson Road, and 4417 South Happy Valley Road, 14 acres for Hayden Homes, Inc., Tom Malco representing multiple property owners there, with conditions of approval.
Second.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have grown up in this area my whole life, so I feel like there is that intersection. I feel like it is a little dangerous. Anyone that's been, because there's people that don't use turn signals. What's the speed limit? I think it's 50? 45, so cars are flying, and then so if you're coming from Meridian, you're making a left and an immediate right, and then cars are, I feel like I've almost gotten in a couple accidents in that intersection, so I feel like staff, regardless of what happens, staff need to look at that area, because I think there has been accidents there. I've seen them, so I don't know if it's like as much as the hill that we were talking about a couple weeks ago, but I feel like it is something to look at, and it's a serious concern, because it is such a high mile per hour, and it's a turn and then another turn, boom, boom.
Mayor, so Jacob, to that point, as that gets more built out, could we change the speed limit? Is that a potential as it becomes more residential? Can that speed limit go down? Because it is kind of, you feel like you're on a country road, no matter which way you're going. Is that something that could happen as an immediate to slow people who are, just get them accustomed to more neighborhood?
I think it does drop down to 35 on the north side of Locust Lane. It drops to 35, but you could drop it to 35 on the south side of Locust Lane, and actually put some signs up there. Highway District 1 has Locust Lane. I'm not sure who has the road on Happy Valley. Is that Highway District 1? So we would have to appeal to Highway District 1 to slow the speed before you get up to that intersection. Because we've got it, and I think it's 35 on the other side. I could be wrong on that. Mm-mm.
No, coming down,
No.
just coming down.
Are you saying south?
Yeah.
Because
so-
there's no hill,
and
it's flat.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there's really no blind spots. It's just that offset.
It's just an offset. So, the real traffic accidents have been at Robinson and Locust Lane. There've been a number of fatalities, and that is currently scheduled for, it's now a four-way stop, and I think there's a roundabout going in there. I just don't remember what year. I don't know if it's on their plan. It just, okay.
Call for the vote.
Any other discussion? Jean?
Gene did.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
My only concern, obviously, is I like to cross the Ts and dot the Is, and having that off alignment with the raceway of Happy Valley Road, if we can achieve a speed reduction to that intersection where Locust Lane is not cross-aligned, I'd feel a lot better about that. But I haven't heard that we can get that accomplished. We just can ask for it. Otherwise, I'd like to see a four-way stop at that intersection. If they were truly in alignment, we could do that, but we can't in this case. So I'm a little perplexed on that. I just don't want to create or aggravate an unsafe condition. So if our staff thinks that we're good, and they're shaking their head, okay.
I see Daniel's nod.
There's a trust but verify
Okay.
approach to everything we do, right?
All righty. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I think we're ready for roll call.
Brunner?
Yeah, I'm counting on you folks that know that area well, yes.
Levi? Haverfield?
Yes, but let's get that roundabout done.
Bauer?
Did you hear that?
What?
A roundabout.
Oh, I hear a hallelujah.
Mayor, it's 42 on whatever date, to mark the date.
Is that a heart attack?
Machi?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's approved? Okay, you're
Thank
good to
you,
go. We're going to move to item 6.6. Tim, thank you for a great presentation. Okay, this is an annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district at 0 Madison Boulevard in order to develop property with light industrial land uses. This is a 20.06 acre parcel for LDK Ventures. Thank you for your patience this evening.
Man, I guess.
And go ahead and state your name and address. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, should I wait just 1 or 2 minutes?
Oh, we got a quorum. Let's go.
Are we good? It's up to you.
I think that you'd be good to go.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council members, Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, LDK Ventures. Also with me tonight from LDK is Srini Nunkala. If there are any development-specific questions I can't answer, timing or construction practices, he's available to answer those. We do want to thank you all for your time tonight. I know it's late. We also want to thank planning and engineering staff for their help over the last couple months. I will be brief and stand for any questions if there are any. Most importantly, we have reviewed planning and zoning's recommendations of approval for our project. We're in agreement with all of the findings and conditions and their recommendation to you. So before I get started on the project, I just want to give you all a real quick overview of LDK Ventures. They have a few projects going in Nampa, but this is the first one that's come before the city council. So I did want to give you just a little background. They're out of Sacramento, California. They have extensive real estate development expertise in many facets of development, but industrial specifically. I wanted to show you a couple of their recent projects. This one is the McClellan Logistics Center in McClellan, California. And this was a spec project that provides warehousing and distribution space. Another recent one I wanted to show you was the Bay Area Logistics Center. This is a similar facility in Richmond, California, that's also a spec product for warehousing and distribution. I'm showing you these obviously because that's what we're going to be proposing tonight. So turning to the applications, we do have an annexation request tonight as well as a zoning request for light industrial. Together, these two applications will allow LDK to build the spec product and cater to the warehousing and distribution uses we anticipate. So this is a map of the property. And again, the first application we have before we ask for the zoning is the annexation. You can see that we do meet the annexation standards. We're in the city's area of impact, and we also are contiguous. So not to make light of the last situation, but we're the enclave property here. So we're basically surrounded at this point. So annexation really does make sense. Again, in the area of impact, contiguous, and then also important, as you guys know, orderly growth. We have all the utilities that we need in our frontage on Madison, water, sewer, pressure irrigation. Turning to zoning, we are asking for light industrial zoning. And just flipping back real quick, this is a map of your comprehensive plan on the right. We do have that industrial designation in the comp plan. So the light industrial zoning we're requesting is compatible there. It's also compatible with the surrounding uses. If you see the blue in this map, that's areas that have already been annexed and zoned light industrial. So we're asking for compatible zoning with our neighbors at this point. And again, this light industrial zoning supports all of our anticipated future uses, so we won't be coming back to your commission or you folks for conditional uses or anything like that in the future. This is a mock-up of a future elevation. We aren't in a final form yet, but this is what we would expect this facility to look like. And here is the site plan overlaid on the aerial. This site plan shows 3 distinct buildings kind of running north to south, totaling approximately 365,000 square feet of usable space. My next couple slides go to the best interests because that's one of the most important factors you all look at when you decide what zoning. So we believe this is in the best interests of the city of Nampa, primarily due to the dire need for industrial product. I've given this speech to you before on a recent project we did, but it's gotten worse since I was here last, so I'll give you a quick update. In July, when we presented this project to P&Z, there was 0.5 vacancy throughout the greater area. We're down to 0.47 now. But really what I wanted to point out, so for Class A, which is newer space, what we're providing, the vacancy rate today is almost 0 in the city. So anyone looking, new employers or businesses coming to Nampa, they currently don't have any space to lease or buy. So we want to provide that space. 5% would be a healthy vacancy rate. And our studies also show that the city and the area can take up about 3 million square feet per year for the foreseeable future. So we kind of have a hole to dig out of as well. So again, best interests of the community. This is needed for economic development reasons and to support the folks that are already here. In conclusion, again, we think this is the right time, the right place for the project. The recent Northside interchange also really helps this project. You guys have done a really good job of creating kind of an industrial corridor up there to other similar projects. We want to be part of that, and we're asking for your approval tonight. stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see any.
All right, great.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Rodney?
I almost just want to jump to the concluding slide here.
Good.
I do want to just point out that it's very consistent with the land uses in the area, the comp plan, the zoning. The proposal would bring jobs and revenue to the city. It's a positive for the city. There's utilities. I really don't have much to say that is any negativity at all. Actually, I have nothing to say. I will point out some comments that we received at Planning and Zoning Commission. To the north was the Next Edge building, and the comments that were kind of opposed to this project, it was a misunderstanding from the people who attended. They thought that it was about the Next Edge building that is remaining vacant and is a different property owner at this point. So really no concerns there. It's great to see an infill project like this for industrial. I've got all the land uses the regulations identified if you want me to go through them, but I'm going to skip over them for now. Building and engineering, pretty standard comments we received. And with that, the Nampa Planning and Zoning recommended approval. And here are the recommended conditions of approval from engineering and building, and then the potential motions for you to consider.
Thank you, Rodney. Are there any questions for Rodney before we move to public hearing?
No, Mayor, I'm noticing that it's not even in the urban renewal area. So, it's kind of exciting to see developments in and around that, still allowing that urban renewal area to be available for other developers to come in and snatch up. So
I'm really excited.
I heard Adler, and I thought, oh, wait a minute. So I had to do some research.
Okay. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we do not have anyone signed up to testify other than the applicant. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify? And seeing none, is there anyone online? I'm going to assume none. Okay, so Mr. Bauer or Jeff Bauer, you're welcome to come back and provide any closing comments. Are there any questions? Okay, with that, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of?
Mayor, I make the motion that we approve it as stated up on the screen there. I'm not going to read it.
Second.
With the conditions of approval, if there are any.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Mucci?
Yes.
And Bruder?
An exciting yes, yes.
I'm sorry you had to wait so long for that, but you know what? We're excited for your development. It's absolutely the right thing in the right place at the right time. Good job. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much.
I have to say too, there have been too many motions tonight, and every time you call for Councilman Bauer's vote, it startles me, and I think I'm supposed to be doing something.
Well, you certainly couldn't go to sleep, right? Because it was like jump every time.
Would you have voted the same way? Would you have voted for a roundabout? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to move back to item 6.2 on the agenda. So we're going to Rodney, we're going to let Ed go next, and then we'll come back to you. So item 6.2 is our fiscal year 2021 budget amendment. Ed, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for waiting so long. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ed.
And Doug got to wait this whole time online. Doug Racine.
Where is he?
Right?
Is he out of state?
He is, yeah.
Looked like he was in a little dungeon there.
I'm still here.
He's here, yeah.
So, here we are. I am Ed Karras, still the city's budget officer. I have some opening remarks prepared by Doug that were in your packet, and I guess we can start. The purpose and timing of the amendment is to obviously incorporate items into the existing budget that were not previously authorized by the council and have come to light usually as the year has gone on. Mostly carry forwards, some new initiatives. Funds not expended will flow into the fund balance and will remain there unless we roll them over. Typically, an amendment can be done at any time during the fiscal year, okay, up through 9/30. And we can do as many amendments as we feel may be necessary. During the year, we try to gather requests and then present them to council, usually after the completion of the annual budget so that we avoid distortion. It's pretty difficult to bring you folks a budget that's still in hypothecation and try to meld it in with what has been previously authorized. And as we think about the remark that we typically present one budget at the conclusion of the fiscal year, we may face some complications next year, and Doug and I are discussing the wisdom of probably doing at least 2 amendments because of the ARPA funds. It's Doug's intent to hopefully meet with you at least by the second meeting of the month in October, either in a separate meeting or a regular council meeting, to discuss what finances, advice is regarding how the ARPA funds may be employed and meet the guidelines that have been established for their expenditure. We can replace revenues, but we cannot supplant revenue. There are some demographic requirements that we must meet. I think as Doug spoke earlier, he mentioned that the intent of the funds is more maintenance, repair, and replacement of infrastructure rather than expansion. Also, we do have some grants that are late breaking. We have a grant of about $200,000 at the library we have to deal with for a bookmobile and mobile library. And there are some others here within the city that need to be allotted. And additionally, I can say that there are some line category changes that we would be asking for in human resources, and I think that's it as far as line category changes. So we'll have some further discussion on some plans for early next year. Doug has done a very good job at outlining where we are with the budget amendment. He had spoken to you, I think, the beginning of June, and at that time it looked like we would have total fund balance spending of about 11.5. We were able to knock that down to 11.2. We also had some late-breaking requests regarding some position movements that we needed to make in development services and some addition of expense there to cope with credit card fees. I can be as brief or as in-depth as you'd like. I think the easiest thing to do is to turn to the notes that I had given you, and pretty much what I was going to base my comments on this evening. So I can say that in the end, we are predicting and requesting to use $19,789,712 in resources. $11.2 million will come from fund balances throughout our various funds. We have new revenues amounting to $2,359,000 and change. We have CARES and SGI revenue, which we must recognize. That would be the governor's public safety initiative. As you remember, we have about a $9.2 million one-time savings in property taxes, and we are substituting GPSGI funds, plus we received 1.35 in additional CARES funding. We are proposing transfers in and out this budget amendment of $3.1 million, primarily due to the ability of the Development Services Fund to pay back the general fund for its advance to purchase and initially outfit the Development Services building. We are proposing 4 broad categories of expenditure. $395,000 spread across the Streets Fund and Development Services Fund for personal services. In summary, 2 positions were left out of the '21 budget. One was slotted to FY '22 as a request, the way we understood it in budget. And the other one, which was an engineering position, traffic engineering, was dropped out of the request by accident. It restores the one that was dropped and recognizes the signal technician for FY '21 instead of '22 for a start. In the Development Services, we are asking for an inspector's position and to make a 0.49 FTE to a full FTE in order to cope with the ongoing workload. $5 million is slotted to operations and maintenance. Again, the reciprocal piece, or the other side of the transfers, would be the transfer out on the expenditure side. And then we have capital expenditures comprised of approximately $5 million in carry forwards and the balance in project initiatives for this year. So we propose 16.678 in expenditure, the difference being what we will drop in of about $3,061,092 into the general funds unreserved fund balance through the repayment. From there, I have broken down the expenditures for the $11,214,000 from fund balance. And at the high level, we have the street fund at 1.657. Airport fund is at 77,493, and you can see the projects that go along with that. Nampa Recreation Center, we're proposing $224,800. Parks, we're bringing forward $93,610 for capital. In the impact fee fund, the total is $2,914,000 and change. Within that, we're going to do the master plan to update Parks and Rec's impact fee plan, which is critical to moving our capital budgeting plan forward for the next few years. Again, Parks is at 2.1 with the projects listed underneath. New projects that are not carried forward include $425,000 for the splash pad, which in fact was not budgeted, brought forward to you folks, I think last January or February, so that they could start work and be complete last spring. As you know, we purchased land at Lake Lowell. We also purchased a building and a 6,120 square foot building as well. Streets on impact fees is $614,000, and the projects there are listed below. Our capital improvements fund also has some carry forward, as well as a couple of new projects that you can see in bold. One of them I'm calling new, which is the fuel island, because that really never got off the ground, and really came forward into 21 as a new project. Roofing change order, a small one. Development services, as you look at the amount there, you can see that I kind of perseverated on the ones. So that should read $3,061,092 for use of balance forward. And you can see the breakdown of the repayment from development services to the general fund for the building, the initial fit up on HVAC, and the initial startup costs. On page 3, you can see what we're planning on water. The water fund, $2.3 million. And the attending projects that go with the water fund. Below that is wastewater at $571,000. Those all totaled the $11,214,000 and change. So that's our total use of balance forward. And the bottom half of page 3, I have broken down the sources of revenue that support projects. General fund shared revenue, we're projecting that hopefully our sales tax will come in more healthy than what we have forecasted. So we felt that we could spare 125 and decided to go there rather than to dip into fund balance. I'm quite averse to going into fund balance in the general fund unless it's an emergency. We have from the fire department some additional rent and lease income, which is supporting expenditures, additional fire inspections. Donations and sponsors are contributing $50,000 in the FJC fund. Charges for services here is related to the police department, to their training fund. We have established a small revolving account to pay for training costs when the department sponsors events for surrounding departments. Hopefully, over time, the intent is that that fund will grow and eventually most training in the police department. And I say most, not all, okay? Specifically, probably not new officers, but in-service training will become self-funded. $556,000 in additional grant revenues, and I say net because for the first time in a long time, I've seen an agency come forward to reduce their budget, and that's due to the good work of the folks at FJC that really took a look at what their anticipated resources were going to amount to, and came forward to reduce their budget because they did not think they could live up to it. Special revenue for contracted services, $437,000. Fleet management will take in an additional $93,000, primarily from the replacement of pickup truck for facilities that was totaled in an accident, and the purchase of a special purpose vehicle for streets. And then in development services, we're recognizing an additional $1 million in revenue. We will pretty much exceed that, but we only need to allot $1 million, and that will pay for the positions and several other costs, including about $486,000, most notably in bank fees. And so that pretty much takes care of what I would see uses of new revenues. On page 4, I have detailed the use of general fund. Again, we propose $163,000 in expenditure. $25,000 is new. It is the lease payment to replace the loss of a pickup truck. $28,000 is new. Budgeting oversight by fire did not include $28,000 necessary for a lease payment. $14,000 for additional fire prevention activity, and $10,000 for a trailer that's needed for fire investigation equipment, and a transfer out of $71,000 to support the Main Street Coordinator Program.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I have a question for you. So why wasn't this 14,000 fire prevention and 10,000 fire investigation trailer given to the district? This bills.
The assets obviously will be transferred as part of the asset transfer. However, in fiscal '21, the fire department still falls under the supervision of the city. And so I must budget for.
Yeah, okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Can we comment on the Main Street? The Main Street, the fact that Main Street's coming in is just strictly, it was an oversight. We just failed to get
This,
it. It was approved.
this has been the bane of my existence, trying to true up this account, and this hopefully finally does it. Okay, special revenue. Again, I've spoken to the $50,000 that's coming into FJC, the police department for the training. You can see the detail of the contracted services. The bold are additional this year, they're not carry forward. I had recommended to the fire department that they establish a revolving account for wildland fire suppression. Each year, NAMPA has been called upon to assist other departments and other jurisdictions to help suppress fire. We try to pass the costs off. Again, it impacts the general fund, so, you know, at this time, I did not know that a fire district was in the wind. So here's another example where we tried to make the mutual aid agreements and the recovery of cost self-sustaining. Special revenue for the police, an additional $2,000 for bomb disposal services that we may render to other communities. And then some additional grants that we are undertaking would be the Indian Creek Pathway and additional revenue and additional expenditures for FJC. Again, more expenditures, 556 in the grant fund. You can see in the 48,508 is where FJC reduced their budget, and then the other expenses that follow. Page 5, 92,697, fleet expenditures. And then finally, on the Development Services Fund, we have $1,053,000, and you can see the detail of the increased expenditures for development services. At the bottom of the page is probably the most significant piece of this on the revenue side. In the general fund, we were the beneficiaries of the $9.2 million for the GPSGI, plus the $1,352,000, which amounts to $10,595,000, and you can see the reduction from property tax of $9.2 million. Additional grant money that came in from CARES, $1,121,000, and some additional CARES CBDG funding. If you go to the bottom of the page and over to page 6, we can see how we applied the money. We applied it by, in the general fund, $795,000 for our share of the upgrade to the Canyon County Emergency Radio System. And then you can see the $1,121,000, how that broke down for the CARES funding that came into the city. Mostly all were maintenance and operations expenses, except for the last two items, which would be the $214,000 upgrade to the phone system and $115,000 to audio-visual upgrades to council chamber and the networking that was required. And then finally, what is interesting is you can see that the 3,061,000 and the 71,375 are ins and outs, which have the effect of basically canceling each other out. And that I can say is the sum total of your supplemental budget for this year.
I'd like to start by saying, Ed, thank you. Thank you for walking us through it. Thank you for the excellent job. I think this year we have a greater amendment. A lot of that was the CARES Act and the
Yes.
funds that were coming in from multiple directions. And then needless to say that with the building transfer, and I won't go through it all, but there was a lot of movement this year, more than there usually is.
Yes.
And Doug has done excuse me, Ed, you have done an excellent job of managing that and tracking it on our behalf, and so thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's a team effort.
And Doug,
Everybody
too.
contributed.
Right, you both have, but
Agencies as well. Thank you.
are there any questions at this time?
Good job, Ed.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf or in opposition to this particular item. And so with that, unless there's anyone here that would like to testify, and I don't believe we have anyone online, so we are opening public hearing, and I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what is the will of council?
I'll make a motion to amend the request for FY '21. Simple as that.
What was your motion?
To approve the FY '21 amendment request.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Go to bed, Doug.
Thank you all.
Well done, Doug. Thanks.
Good night, Doug. Thank you. Okay, Ed, thank you very much. Thank you for staying. I'm sorry you had to wait so late. Okay, so this last public hearing is an amendment of Title 10, the Planning and Zoning, and this was for clarity, formatting, and policy changes, and Rodney will bring it forward. Oh, excuse me. Well, did we need to do a reading of the ordinance for the budget amendment? Excuse me, I just missed that. I'm sorry. So thank you. So let's do that. Thank you, Jean. And it's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance amending the appropriation of funds for the 12-month period from the first day of October 2022 and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2021 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation is made, authorizing a levy of sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for a repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and Idaho Secretary of State, and providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditure of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
And roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Jean, thank you so much for catching that. So now we are ready to move on to our last public hearing item, which is item 6.7. And Rodney, thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to make this as entertaining as possible. I know it's late. So the requested action is for the amendment to the zoning code that we've been working on for a really long time. So just a quick, for the record, and for those who maybe will watch this online, I'd like to just highlight the process we got here, just briefly, timeline. We entered into a contract with Hamilton and Hilty to update our code based on some lack of clarity, and just over time, it had one person looking at it and a lot of different perspective, and things had changed in that really long period of time where just a single individual was updating the code. So we entered into the agreement. They updated it as much as they could, but found that policy changes were necessary, more and more and more. And then we also heard from you, from council and the mayor, about different things that needed to change. And so we decided to take over the responsibility of doing the update. And so in 2021, we took full responsibility as the Department of Planning and Zoning to update the code. In April of 2021, we held a workshop with Nampa City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission. And from that workshop, if you'll remember, we got through 3 chapters out of the 34. And but a lot was accomplished in those first 3 chapters. So then we followed up with some videos for each of the other chapters and got your feedback on those. We held another workshop, virtual workshop this time, and with Nampa City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission in June of 2021. There were a few directions that we received from that workshop, and so I'm going to highlight those changes that we made since that June workshop. I'm not going to cover all the details that we've already talked about in those other workshops. You've got in the packet, you've got a link to all the changes. I also have a list in your staff report of all of the policy changes by chapter. So it should be pretty easy to see, okay, in this chapter, we made this policy change. I didn't go over formatting or grammatical changes or anything like that. But I think hopefully it'll be easy enough for you to look back on all the details, and so we don't have to cover it tonight. So Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission held their public hearing on August 24th, and they recommended approval of the zoning code amendment with these 2 changes. And I'll get into these changes in just a few slides, but number 1, reduce the number of parking stalls required per multifamily housing unit from 2.5 to 2.2. And then second, no businesses with a drive-through be permitted in the downtown historic zones, including banks and credit unions. Okay, so I'll get into some of those details in just a second here, but applicable regulations, the proposed amendments just need to be reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. And they, of course, have to go through planning and zoning, public hearing through planning and zoning and city council. Okay, so City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission questions at the June workshop that you asked us about. The first one was just a general question about live-work development possibility. You questioned how live-work buildings pencil out in other communities. And you specifically asked about a project called Pennywise in Caldwell. So we did our research, went to all the different cities and asked them specifics about what they do. Meridian said very few live-work buildings. They haven't had a lot, but recently had more interest. Eagle, very few, only small live-work, but recently had more interest. So you're getting a theme here. Primarily in Boise, primarily located in the downtown and Bound Crossing. They believed that that was because of the high property values, that then they could turn around and recoup some of that cost that they're charged at a higher commercial rate by higher values of the properties, and therefore charging their tenants higher rates. So they believed that that was the case. Canyon County and Ada County assessors, I wanted to make sure this is actually what's happening. I talked to both of them. They said that taxing mixed use as commercial is what they do. But, and here's the key thing that has happened recently. Recent increases in residential values make less difference in property tax. So they're noticing that the commercial and the residential values the higher values of residential kind of even out the cost for commercial taxes being higher versus residential. So kind of evened out. Caldwell responded that they have very few live-work situations and that the Pennywise project, it combines nonprofit medical services on ground floor and subsidized residential 55 plus on the top floors, all nonprofit, so property taxes are not relevant in that situation. It appears that because residential property values have significantly increased, the difference between tax rates for residential versus commercial isn't a significant barrier to building mixed-use buildings. Likely, the biggest barrier is developer experience and willingness to build a mixed-use building. We're seeing more interest in this, more than we've ever seen it before. So I think you're going to see that in the coming months and years, more of this interest. Again, our changes that have been specific to our code that we've made have been about formatting, clarity, and policy changes as outlined on the screen, but I will go through primarily, I'm going to focus on the policy changes tonight. And specifically policy changes since the June workshop. So the first one, 10.1.12 definitions, we removed accessory dwelling attached definitions, and we ensure that no duplexes are created through ensuring that they only have one utility hookup, one mailbox, and one address. Now, I want to explain this real quick. When we've had somebody come in for a building permit to add on to their home, and sometimes they'll say, oh, it's an in-laws quarters, and sometimes they'll say it's an addition. When I look at that, it's really hard for me to determine, is this just getting bigger? Is the home just getting bigger, or is it an in-laws quarter? If it's an in-laws quarters, I've got these conditions that I have to follow. It makes it really hard for me to distinguish one from the other. So what we're proposing tonight is just removing that altogether. If it's an attached unit on a home, you have to have a connection through the primary structure, and you no longer call it an in-laws quarters if it's attached. It's just an expansion. And we will regulate that, making sure it doesn't go to a duplex without approval, by ensuring that there's no second mailbox, no second address, no second utility hookups. And I think that's the best way we can handle this and the most fair. So I'm happy to hear any other comments about that, but that seemed reasonable to me. All right, 10.1.10 was home occupations. Home occupations currently indoors only in our code. It's proposed to be allowed in the side and rear yards if screened from view. Now, this is new. We could have some business, some home occupation that's out back, but it has to be screened from view, from neighbors and from the street. And how do we, what is the concern? Well, the concern is noise and smells and all of that. We have an ordinance in place already. So for those specific conditions, if there's a nuisance, a noise or smells or vibration, we can address that through our existing ordinance rather than saying, hey, you have to have your home occupation indoors. So we propose that that be done. The current code does not allow group instruction for home occupation, including swimming lessons, music instructions with groups, sports, etc. So we've proposed that change. If you want to teach 6 kids swimming lessons all at the same time in your backyard, that's okay. There are a couple of conditions in there that that I would have the authority to require 2 additional parking spaces on the property if it was an issue. But the real concern for home occupations is, does it get away from our residential feel in the neighborhood, and does it create traffic? Does it create a lot of traffic and parking issues? We felt like this was a good compromise. At least it allows up to 6 individuals to come for a home occupation at a time for specific instruction only. So you wouldn't allow for a business where you're retailing from your home and you have 6 individuals show up to buy products. No, this is just for group instruction. Any comments or questions about that? Okay, I'll keep moving. Chapter 2. This is the enforcement chapter. 10.27D, changes in the comprehensive plan. Essentially, we used to have a code, Idaho State Code required that comprehensive plan could only be updated every 6 months. While we kind of still follow that to some extent, we actually, and our code actually says you must be every 6 months. The Idaho code has changed and we felt it was appropriate to follow the Idaho code so that now people can come in and update the comprehensive plan at any time throughout the year. That's consistent with Idaho code. Okay. Chapter 3, and this may be our most talked about section. 10.3.2 is the land use table, and we've got multiple changes here. The first one, multifamily near single-family residential has been challenging to ensure compatibility. Staff recommended a height limitation of 30 feet for multifamily in the BC zone, and we did that at our workshop when not within 300 feet of Caldwell Boulevard. So essentially, and all those others listed there, essentially we're saying these major roadways in Nampa, you should be able to have a higher density, higher elevation on your multifamily developments. However, when we move away from those major commercial corridors, we're getting closer to single-family residential. And when we have that issue, we get a room full of people concerned because they're single-family. And this is a single-family area. It's not consistent if it's 4 stories high. So we proposed that. City Council at the time was concerned, I think primarily because Beth Einig expressed some concern about limiting the height of buildings throughout the valley or throughout the city. But you were concerned about the ability to build multifamily throughout the community and asked staff to research how other communities regulate height for multifamily in a commercial zone. So the following is what we found. And I'm not going to go over each of these, but I'll just summarize by saying Treasure Valley cities have created commercial subdistricts to scale down building heights near residential development. Nampa Code does the same with the BN or neighborhood business zones and the RP residential professional zoning district. However, there are locations around the community that were zoned BC or community business by utilizing a commercial node previously designated on the comprehensive plan future land use map. The intention of these nodes was to provide an opportunity for some commercial services to exist in primarily residential areas. Some of these nodes were not developed as commercial, and some developers claim that there isn't the market demand in those areas. Instead, for commercial, I should say. Instead, we have seen recent interest in utilizing these locations for multifamily land uses by obtaining a conditional use permit. The following code changes previously proposed appear to help mitigate height compatibility concerns for multifamily locating in the BC zoning district near residential. So again, we did our history, we did our research and found what other communities are doing. We have a kind of unique situation because we have these commercial nodes. So how do you protect those residential areas around that? Well, you limit it to specific corridors, commercial corridors. The highlighted area is that proposed language. So it'd be a maximum of 3-story or 30-foot maximum height. And that's to the ceiling of the top floor.
Is that the same standard as the others when you say to the ceiling of the top?
That's correct.
I noticed that the rest of them are all higher than ours. 35
Yeah.
is Boise's lowest. And then the other ones, if we go back to Caldwell, theirs is 45. Meridian is 50. And Boise's height lowest is 35.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why we are so much lower or 5 feet lower than the
Yeah. It's because of the, I think it's mostly because of the way we define height of a building. If you have a really steep pitched roof going way up, you may reach that 45, maybe. We just call the top of the height at the top of the ceiling of that room. So your walls go up, and the top of that wall on the top floor is where you can go to. That's the 30 feet. So you can still get 30 feet, which I think is similar to what these are. Okay, so they define it differently. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so any questions or concerns there? I'd like to hit that and just kind of resolve that, because we did have concerns at the last workshop.
Mayor, just a quick question. I don't need to belabor it too much because of the lateness of the hour, but is Christy still here?
Yeah.
We had a project that came through business neighborhood, and the developer was struggling. There was a lot of feedback from folks that lived in and around that area. And in this graph, it indicated that they could have gone the way of a planned unit development and still got housing mixed with the commercial. And when I addressed the question, Christy said that that was something that was going to be changing.
Yeah.
Did that change?
So that is a proposed change in this code, and I can go over that.
Oh, okay. So you were going to get to that eventually? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to jump the gun.
That's okay.
I'll go back to sleep.
Ouch.
Sorry. No, I didn't say that. Was that my outside voice? I'm sorry.
Rodney, he's the only one that can sleep with his eyes open. It's amazing.
All right. Tiny houses, we talked about this in our workshop. There was concern about tiny houses going next to a single-family home. So they're only permitted in cottage or cluster subdivisions after a conditional use permit. And we propose that a single tiny house per property may be used as an accessory structure to a single-family home or an in-laws quarters. It's a detached home, but I want to emphasize this. It can't be on axles. They can't be on a trailer. They have to be on a foundation on the property. It's a permanent structure on the property. It'd be the same address. They cannot have another address on the property. Correct.
So Mayor Rodney, on all these type of things, so this, you just rely on neighbors to enforce this? Because otherwise, there's no enforcement on it.
So, right, that is a great question. I'm so glad you asked.
Not often.
It is the hardest thing to say, oh, this is an in-laws quarters, or, oh, this is a duplex. Right now, I don't know. People say, oh, they've got tons of families in there, they're renting it. I don't know. I don't know how to enforce that. So the only way I can do that is to say your utilities have to go through the main home. You can't have a separate address. And actually, there's limitations on the structure as well. They can only be one bedroom, one bathroom, and one kitchenette. So if they have more than that, it's another home.
So on a tiny home though, are we having Patrick or somebody, are we having somebody go out and check and make sure that's found on a foundation?
They have to get a permit, a building permit, and Patrick is following up with building
So
code.
we actually have enough inspectors where we can go out and check on making sure that foundation is permanent.
That's
I'm
a
looking at
typical
Patrick
building
back there.
permit.
Okay, so you're doing that on all of those, okay.
Okay. Next one, we remove zoo as a use permitted conditionally in the downtown historic zone. That was a comment I received. We removed accessory dwelling attached from the table. We'd already talked about that. Okay, now this next one I need your feedback on. The downtown BID requested that no business with a drive-through be permitted in the downtown historic zone. The NDC responded and said, well, actually, we want banks and credit unions with a drive-through to be permitted in the downtown historic zone. Now, let me be clear about this. The existing banks and credit unions in the downtown would continue to be allowed. It's grandfathered in. Anything downtown historic, they could have their drive-through if it's in place right now. If Taco Time or, what's the other one? Like Arctic Circle were to rebuild that site, they tear down the building, they no longer could have a drive-through in the downtown historic zone. When I asked about what the purpose was behind this, the BID said that it was because they want to create a pedestrian-oriented feel in the downtown. They don't want to create all these cars driving through a lot of property and land use used for staging cars to go through the drive-through. That was their reasoning behind that. So when the NDC recommended that they keep banks and credit unions, it may have been that they were concerned about the existing buildings, or maybe a new bank with a drive-through. I'm not really sure, but the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that we just say anything new should not have a drive-through.
So Mayor, I'm sorry, Rodney, I'm a little struck. So example of Arctic Circle. If they decide to scrape that building and want to improve it, kind of like Subway did on 12th Avenue, they don't have a drive-through, by the way, so that's not a good example. So are you saying that by this, Arctic Circle would not be able to have when they've been there for decades, they would not be able to have a drive-through?
Correct.
Okay, I would not be in favor of that at all.
Okay. It goes to, yeah, Arctic Circle is that block. No, that's, it depends on what you say is west, because we're always at an angle here. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but that still would be allowed because it is not downtown historic.
Correct, yeah.
But Taco Time was
Until now, yeah.
was historic, and they would not have been allowed to do that.
Correct. Yeah, so now that they're downtown village, they would be allowed to have a drive-through under the conditions of the code as proposed. Let me show you this screen. This is the area I've highlighted, the two sections you should be thinking about. We broke these out into two different land uses. Banks, credit unions without a drive-through, banks, credit unions with a drive-through. And so that's where the conflict is, because the original proposal was no drive-throughs at all. I changed it to say banks with a drive-through, yes, but there's a lot of question here, what you want to do.
I'd like to maintain the request of the NDC, obviously, because I'm on the NDC. I think, especially since we're trying to get someone to come in and develop the corner of 12th Avenue and 3rd Street, which is in the downtown historic district, correct?
Correct.
And we are basically working with a bank right now, but the timing issue is one that, this is something that we're talking about tonight, and we might not land that tenant or that potential user for another couple of months. So I wouldn't want to take away that option. The other thing that concerns me is, as we see downtown potentially develop, there's a whole block pretty much downtown that's dirt right now.
Yeah.
What stops a hotel developer to come in that needs to have a drive-through for delivery purposes for not only the potential tenants coming into the building, but other things? Is that excluded, that they would have a drop-off capability? That's a drive-through lane.
I guess I'd have to look at that specifically.
I just don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot by saying something that is going to catch us later on.
Right.
And a developer might come in and say, wow, okay, I'm not going to develop here, I'll develop over there. Just because of some of the restrictions that we're placing, thinking that we're doing a good thing.
Yeah, I guess I don't know that we have it defined. Christy, you remember if we define it? I don't think we define it, but I typically would look at retail drive-through as, or excuse me, like, yeah, I guess
would be-
retail, exchange of money.
A hotel drive-up
Mhm.
situation would be more of a drive aisle, not really a drive
We're
through.
kind of cutting hairs here, and it just seems kind of weird that we're even
Yeah.
having this conversation because it's downtown historic.
Right. I think, though, that we would view that more of just a drive aisle and an access to the building.
So if we weren't clear, would this be a variance request that a developer would come in and say, it appears that you're not allowing what I need, can I get a variance on it? And then they have to come before a council to get that consideration.
So it'd be a conditional use permit if it was not clear.
And that would
So-
only go to Planning and Zoning Commission.
I just, again, I'd like to uphold the banks and credit unions at least. That was a request from the NDC.
And this will have to be in your motion. As you can see on the screen is what we have currently. So if you would like to do exactly what Councilman Haverfield has said, I would say you actually don't have to do anything regarding this. If you want to change it to say all drive-throughs are allowed, then you need to make that a part of your motion.
So the language in the potential changes already states banks and credit unions are allowed with a drive.
Let's see, yes. Bank credit union without a drive-through is permitted. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Bank credit union with a drive-through is not a permitted use in the downtown historic zone. So you'll need to put that into your motion if you want to allow that.
Try to remember that depending on how late it gets.
And I'll try to highlight that as well when we get to that point.
So back to the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
I would want a motion that we grandfather, if somebody scrapes to improve their building and build a new building, but still the same business, they are allowed to structure it as previously.
We could definitely include that in the motion, and then I could write that code for the
I'll let you
ordinance.
do the wording, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna vote for something unless we.
Yeah. So if they're constructing the same business, just a new building,
And they happen, yeah.
okay, so that will need to be in the motion. Okay.
Mayor, and again, Rodney, back to my original question, the planned unit development, are you getting to that here pretty soon?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a ways down. We've got 34 chapters to get through. so-
Are we going to go
No,
through?
we're not going through every detail. These are only new changes that we've made
So
to,
does every chapter have new changes?
not every chapter has new changes. No, we're going to jump to 15 now?
No, you bypassed, though, my question in chapter 3 on planned unit developments.
So, tell me your question again then, specifically.
In the current table, it indicates for business neighborhood that planned unit development residential as subject to chapter 26 of this title is a permitted use. So that just means that residential can be like 20% of the potential development
So
as
it's,
an approved use.
it's 20% that is allowed in that zone. 20% of other uses that are allowed in that zone. Currently, we have the ability to have 20% of uses not allowed in the underlying zone. So that code change was to take that out.
Okay, so that has been edited out of the current new
Correct.
table.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, I wonder if we just shouldn't ask if we have any questions on any of these and explain it if there are questions. If not, I mean, it's all pretty much written down for us. What do you think?
So, Mayor and Council, the only reason I go through these in this manner is because it's such a public, I want it to be as clear to the public as possible what these are significant changes that we're making. So I want it to be as clear as possible to the public what we're doing. And so that's my only thought. We can certainly do that. It's in your staff report, but
Mayor, I'm in favor of making it public. I'm just wondering, give a realistic timeline of what, you said to skip to 15.
We've got 15, 22, 24, and some of these are very simple. 25, 27, those are both really simple.
Okay, well, I'm in favor in about 15 more minutes, but otherwise.
Okay, you got it.
I would propose we do it at the next council meeting.
You got it. I think we can do this in 15 minutes. Chapter 15 is the downtown's zone. It's intended to prevent small business, this code change is intended to prevent small buildings with a large parking lot in the downtown historic zone. Economic Development had recommended no more than 15% of a lot may be used for off-street surface parking. Now, it's not required, but a maximum of 15% of the lot could be used for parking. You agreed to that in the workshop. However, afterwards, I looked at some properties in our downtown with existing buildings on them, and some in downtown Boise and downtown Caldwell, and I found that 15% was very, very small. And most are over 50% in these downtown areas. I talked with Beth about it. She felt the same way. She felt like, we shouldn't have done 15%. So the recommendation is to change that from 15 to 50% as a maximum of the lot in a downtown historic zone that could be used for parking, off-street parking. They don't have to do it, but they could go up to 50%.
Is there still a restriction or language as far as the amount of landscaping?
In the downtown historic zone, the landscaping is streetscape.
So there's no actual property landscaping required?
Yeah, it's not really required in that downtown historic zone. You have to build up to the
Right.
property
So
line.
they're in the sidewalks or in the parking
Yeah.
stalls?
Okay. Next one, parking. Number of spaces required. Current code requires multifamily provide 2 parking spaces per unit. Council and Planning and Zoning Commission directed staff to require 3 parking spaces per unit. After we discussed this, I spoke with several developers. They were concerned about this. This is a high requirement. 3 stalls per unit is a lot. It's more than any other community that I know of that would, for that requirement. So developers felt it was too high. Staff suggested 2.5 per unit may be more appropriate. And then Planning and Zoning Commission said, wow, let's pull it down even a little farther, 2.2. So that was the recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission. And I would love to hear your comments there.
Mayor Kling. Rodney, I mean, if you're treating one unit as essentially one household.
Yeah.
Most people have maybe 2 cars.
Mhm.
So why would we, I think Councilman Haverfield's gonna tell me something, but why would we require more than we would typically see in a residential setting? Plus, we
Yeah.
know that a lot of multifamily can often be multifamily for workforce housing, where maybe 2 cars is even a stretch.
Yeah, good
Mayor.
question.
Mayor, I'll give, well, you mentioned me.
I did.
I wouldn't change it from 2, because along with the 2, you get another ADA space for every 25 spaces you provide. So to make it even more is ridiculous for housing, especially since most housing now is 2-bedroom that I'm seeing is max. There are 3-bedroom units, but mainly single and 2-bedroom units. So I would just keep it at 2 with the ADA requirement in addition.
Good idea.
Thanks.
Yeah. About 2, yeah.
Plus
That's pretty
ADA.
consistent.
Where
Yeah.
I'm just curious, 2.2 come from?
So it was because in the workshop, there was discussion about multifamily, and I think it relates to a project we had on is it Carter? Or, Oh, yeah, Cherry, on Cherry across from Still Falls. people were concerned that the multifamily requirement of only 2 per unit, that any guests coming, everybody has 2 cars in there.
So they're visitors.
Yeah, guests come, they need additional parking spaces, and so therefore they go out onto the street or they park in other subdivisions. That was the discussion, but I agree with the discussion that's happened here. I think that that's a really high amount to go up to 3, or even 2.5, or even 2.2. 2 seems pretty standard.
Can you remind me what I was going to have you, now I can't remember even what you said. It's getting so late.
So the banks and.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. For the drive-throughs, right?
Sure. It's a
Right.
same business.
Okay, almost there. So that will need to be a part of your motion, that one highlighted in red, because right now it's at 2.5.
Was it chapter 15 that we were talking about as far as with the downtown historic?
No, that's chapter 3 that we talked about. Yes, 3.2, that section right there. The land use chart says multifamily residential development in the BC zoning district. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not correct. There it is, 10.3.2, the drive-through businesses.
10, okay.
Yeah, 10.3.2. Okay, so let me keep moving. Okay, variances. You just asked me to correct this in the workshop. You wanted to make sure that we add side and rear yard setbacks may be reduced to 3. You wanted to make sure that I'm not talking about the front setbacks that the director can grant a variance to. So now with this one, it would allow them to get a variance for setbacks by going just to the director with special conditions.
Mayor Kling. That's residential?
That's residential.
Okay, Patrick's, I see, still here. As far as firewalls on those property lines, if you're less than, I mean, for residential, it's 5 feet, isn't it? That you can't have openings,
3 feet.
fire rated.
3 feet.
It's 3 feet, but
From
there's a
property
special type
line.
of construction though, correct? You have a non-rated wall 3 feet off the property line with openings?
But these are for accessory structures. This is not for residential. This is just an accessory structure, like if somebody has am I catching that correctly? These are not
correct.
living structures, these are just accessory structures.
That's
It's like your
correct.
shed.
Okay.
And I
Unless
think
somebody's-
maybe what you're referring to is the distance between 2 buildings.
Right.
We're talking about property line, so you're gonna have a minimum of 6 feet
I was
between buildings.
thinking that this was an actual dwelling unit.
No.
Oh, right.
This is when we've had sheds and whatever come,
Right.
and they're asking for a variance, and and this is allowing staff to take care of that, so when they're not coming to council.
You see my concern, if there was a window 3 feet off the property line, someone was asleep in the bedroom there,
Right.
and a fire were to
Right.
happen next door, it's a very unsafe
Yeah,
thing.
this is,
So that's
this
where the
is
firewall
accessory
would come in.
The key is people aren't supposed to be sleeping in accessory structures.
Except for
They're not supposed to.
Right.
man camp only.
Man camp,
Watch out for the man camp.
when you're in the doghouse, yeah.
okay.
Okay, Rodney.
The next 3 are very, very similar, so I'm gonna just kind of explain it on this slide, and then I'll just jump to the next 3. Essentially, if a CUP is accompanied by something that goes to council, like an annexation, the CUP gets approved at planning and zoning, but it's like conditional upon approval of annexation by city council. So it's very awkward and a little bit maybe challenging legally to grant a CUP to something that's not in the city yet, right? So what we've done is required that anything that is accompanying something an application that goes to city council, anything that would be approved at planning and zoning actually has to have approval by city council. So you just do the whole package all the way to city council after a recommendation from planning and zoning. So that would be for a CUP. If a CUP had or a project had a CUP requested and a rezone, it would have, both of those things would come to you for approval.
So previously, when they were approving the CUP, then it was coming to us, and the CUP would stand, and now you're saying it all comes together. If planning and zoning says, we approve it, but it's conditioned, right? They can't fully approve it there.
Correct.
It still comes forward. That's very wise, thank
Yeah.
you.
So that's the same for subdivisions, same thing, right? If it comes in with an annexation, this whole subdivision should just go on to city council for approval. And the same thing for design review. So, oh, sorry, did I skip over one? I guess it's just those two, subdivisions and conditional use permits. Then we jump into 34, design review. So current code does not distinguish between flat and sloped roofing materials. Some common materials used for flat roofs may be high glare and not have a quality finish. Maybe and in some cases you could see that from the street. When used on a sloped roof, they may appear incompatible from the building facade. And staff suggested, because of this condition that came up recently, staff suggested that this language at the bottom here be included. And essentially it just says that the TPO, and I would look to Councilman Haverfield for clarification there. I got this from others who gave me this wording. But TPO is not acceptable material for exposed areas of roofing, where you're going to see that from the street. So that's new language, and it would essentially have to match or be consistent, I guess, kind of vague language, but it's the best we could do with the materials used on the facade.
I see TPO on the back side of parapet walls. Is that going to be a condition that's potentially visible that you're going to have criticism of, or? not?
So would it be exposed like from the street view? You would see that from the street?
Potentially, especially when they use the screen walls for HVAC units. You can see them behind them, but again, it's too late to get into that. But, yeah, TPO.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's it. No correspondence except from the workshops that we've already talked about, and we've made those changes that we've received. It's been a lot of work. I just want to tell my staff one more time before you, they have been amazing. This has been a huge undertaking, and it's very complex and it takes a lot of discussion. So I just want to thank my staff. They have been amazing through all of this. So.
Rodney, I'd like to tell you thank you. I think you started this, I'm going to say 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
It has.
And you guys truly have done an excellent job, because this is so tedious, going through
Yeah, it
all
is.
that language. And so I just want to say thank you for the perseverance, for sticking with it, and for your diligence. You've done an amazing job. Thank
bet.
you.
Our
Thank you.
pleasure.
And I want a bumper sticker that says downtown Nampa, no zoos or tattoos. I'll make them and hand them out as a parting gift.
Oh, that's a great idea.
It's
Those
sweet.
are tattoos.
Don't you think? I think it'd be popular.
I think that's cute.
Or roundabouts.
Okay, so we have a motion. Whoops, excuse me. This is a public hearing.
That's right.
So unfortunately, or fortunately, we have no one signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to your recommended changes. So as we open public hearing, I would stand for a motion to close.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
And who would like to make the motion?
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to approve the requested action of amendments to chapter, or Title 10, whatever it's called, our ordinance, planning and zoning ordinance, with the exception that chapter 10.3.2 be corrected to indicate that banks and credit unions in downtown historic district will be allowed with a drive-through, and that businesses that have a drive-through that they are grandfathered in to be able to replace those drive-throughs if there's a remodel or a new building built. Does that make sense to you? Just as grandfathered in that they
You
can.
would have 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's good.
And that in chapter 22, parking for multifamily residential, that would remain at 2 units per dwelling plus 1 ADA parking space per 25 spaces.
Good job. Second.
Good job. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Do we think you got it all? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Good job, Rodney.
Good job, Rodney.
Okay. So, just real quickly, Rick, I just was thinking maybe we could have the front door locked. Could you have our custodian just lock the front door? Because there's no one coming in at this point. And then Chief Huff, I told him he should go home.
No.
He doesn't need to guard us tonight because it's late. We can't lock the door? And the public
Probably has
hearings are
rubber.
over.
Rubber bullets in his gun anyway.
Huh?
You got rubber bullets in your gun anyway.
Okay, so open meeting. Okay, thank you.
And we're going to be done in 15 minutes.
Okay.
anyway, so.
We do have an open meeting, so thank you. I'm sorry, I'm thinking for safety purposes, that way Chief can go home and we can be on. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to action item 5.4. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding for the Sunnyvale Subdivision Regional Pressure Irrigation Pump Station
So
on
moved.
behalf of the city.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the change order number 2 in the amount of $164,813.33 for the redesign due to the additional rock excavation associated with construction of underground utilities prior to taxi lane construction to complete the Nampa East Airport Taxi Lane Hangar Sewer and Water Extension. This is approved in the FY21 budget.
Mayor, quick question on that. So who do we have, Jeff? So who, just a literal term, who fouled up on this? How come they didn't figure this out before?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, so they did potholes initially in the area. When they excavated, they found more rock than even what they anticipated.
So they just
it's
didn't
an
go down
engineering issue,
deep
yeah.
enough or far
And then
enough?
we went back through and did value engineering after this to try to work around the rock, and that's where we shaved off.
So do we get
quite a
any
bit.
reimbursement from this company that,
I don't, we have to prove some negligence behind it, so, I mean,
Considered an unforeseen condition.
unforeseen, that's what it's called? So that's their cop-out? Okay.
It's late, but yeah, you can call it that.
And it wasn't that someone underbid it.
It's just an unforeseen condition.
It's just an unforeseen, okay.
Okay, just don't like mistakes like that, so, I mean, that whole area where the shopping center, which is not, not that far away, we knew that was.
there was rock in the original bid, just not this much.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
They usually cover that with unit costs built into the contract, so sometimes that's just an added number, depending on how much quantity is found above and beyond what was bid. So it's a normal condition that we've seen before, like lava rock and other things.
Okay, just gives them the,
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.6 is the first reading of a street naming ordinance for North Guernica and North Quasi Place. Yeah.
An ordinance of the City of Nantha, Canyon County, Idaho, naming streets North Guernica Place and North Quasi Place.
Thank you. That's it?
Not a wild.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Himalayan mountains.
Thank
or
you,
something.
Victor. It's
You're
been
welcome.
moved and seconded.
What's the second?
I do, and on discussion, on the last vote, I did talk to our team and we said, we'll make sure we research them before we get up here again. So,
That was funny, though.
yeah, shocking, yes.
I think Jacob suspected something was
Yeah.
up. And
I'm glad I don't live on one of those streets. I couldn't tell somebody where I lived.
So it has been moved and seconded to approve the ordinance as read. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? And Rodriguez.
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for a state-local agreement. This is for design for the Grimes City Pathway Extension Project, and this has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So move.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Machi?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item
Did I make
5.8
that
is an
motion?
It's good enough. We're moving on.
That's all right.
Item 5.8 is an action item to award the bid and authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a contract with Challenger Companies to construct the Lions Park Lift Station Upgrades Project in the amount of $159,000. And this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So move.
And second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner.
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item. This is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the Zone G Sewer Rehab FY21 project with Instuform Technologies LLC in the amount of $1,499,697.50, understanding that there will be a subsequent change order issued to reduce the value of the contract to be within the remaining project budget. This is approved in the FY21 budget. Do we want any explanation on this one? Daniel?
Just a reduced amount, what was approved? What was that value?
Mayor, the project budget is $934,886. So there are some design costs in that. And so we will do a change order removing quantities from the project to bring it down within that project budget.
So, Mayor, are we just
Yes.
approving then the $934,836?
The contract is for the full bid amount, and then we will execute a change order to reduce the scope to the contract, to the budget amount.
I guess, again, back to my question, I think what you're asking us to approve is just the $934,000. Even though we're approving the larger, it's,
Correct. We will only be spending what we have budget for.
okay. So I'll make a motion to award the bid and authorize you, Mayor, to sign this contract, knowing that this number will be shaved back down to $934,836 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 5.10 is an action item to authorize the purchase of water meters for FY22 upgrades from Hydro Specialties Company at the contract unit price not to exceed the budget amount of $1,217,246.37. This is approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Are these Badger meters?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any
So
discussion?
is this our final, is this about our final purchase on these meters? Or how many more purchases do we have?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, I believe we have 1 to 2
One
more
more?
years left. I don't, Nate's
Okay.
the one that.
So
runs that
we're
one,
getting
so
close.
We are getting very close.
And these, you said, last forever, right?
They do not last forever, but they have
My
a.
lifetime?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Badger, it's the Badger meters that
I don't
last.
know about that. So, okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer, Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Item 511 is an action item to authorize the purchase of meter transmission units for the FY22 upgrades from Aclara Technologies at the contract unit price not to exceed the budget of $975,544.28. This is also approved in the FY22 budget.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call?
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And item 512 is an action item to authorize the engineering division to proceed with the formal bid process for the Midland Boulevard and Lakeville Avenue intersection signal equipment procurement that is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
I have a question. What is the value that we've authorized in the budget?
I thought you were going to ask if it could be a roundabout.
Here, no.
A million.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I'll be honest, I do not remember specifically what the estimate for this signal equipment itself is. The budget for the entire project was approximately, Jeff, do you remember off the top of your head that one? Oh, sorry, the estimated is 175,000 for the equipment.
175.
Yes.
That's quite a bit less than the 1 point some.
Right, that would be the entire.
The whole
project.
thing.
The whole project.
Okay, so you're just proceeding with the bid process, trying to get it at 175,000.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we are acquiring the signal equipment ahead of bidding the full project in order to not delay construction because of the 12 to 16-week lead time to even get the equipment on site.
So the 1.8 is including the land acquisition,
Yes,
the value that we've created.
that is our estimates.
And Mayor, just a question, so if we get these lawyers together, so what's a realistic timeline? Because I'm getting asked probably weekly from people when this is actually gonna get going. So, I mean, I realize we have to work it out with these owners, but,
My hope would be that we can get a stipulation of possession within the next month to month and a half, and at that point, we can finalize the construction drawings, put the last buttons on them, and put it.
talking
out
about
to-
spring?
I would anticipate construction probably spring. I don't think we'll get it to the point where we can do pavement this fall. So yes, likely.
And completion by start of summer?
For sure.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Mucci.
Yes.
So just as a quick FYI, we do have a few reading of ordinances, an unfinished business, and an executive session that will not take long, but we will try to be quick. So we're moving on to Section 7, unfinished business. The first action item is a reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RD, two-family residential at 44 South Kings Road. This is for fourplex apartments for Tim Kristovich, Whispering Pines. And this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 44 South Kings Road, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 4.1 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the city and zoned RD, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city, and to designate said property as RD on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for a development agreement, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 7.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to single-family residential 4,000 square foot zoning district for Sharps Orchard subdivision at 7928 Birch Lane. This is for 33 single-family residential buildable lots and 4 common lots for Taylor Schmidt, representing Dennis Sharp, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 7928 Birch Lane, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising approximately 6.68 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, and that said land should be annexed into the city and be zoned RS4, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS4 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Make a motion to approve on suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 7.3 is the first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from RA to RS6 zoning district and the short plat approval for Lions View Estates subdivision at 707 Davis Avenue for 4 single-family home detached dwelling units for Kenneth Moore, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide RS6 zone designation for certain lands commonly known as parcel R1615700,000 located at 707 Davis Avenue, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 1.04 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, rezoning said property from RA to RS6, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as RS6 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to any conditions imposed by city council, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi? Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Item 7.4 is an action item, the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6 zoning district to connect to city utilities for a single-family home at 1028 North Middleton Road for James Cornell. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 1028 North Middleton Road, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising approximately 1.09 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa and zoned RS6, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RS6 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Yes.
I'd move that we approve the annexation and zoning request to RS6 at 1028 North Middleton Road for James Cornell in the case ANN-202-201 under suspension of rules.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
While those take a long time, it's great that they're moving off of postponed and have the documentation move forward. So that's exciting. So we have one last item on the agenda, and that is, I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C, which is to acquire an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency. I believe the other item listed is already done, so I don't think we have a second one
So moved.
this time. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.